Okay.
Had to get that started. So I think we'll start with our members who are attending remotely today. And please chime in at the end if I've neglected to call on anyone. But first, I'm Gina Bowman. I am Public Information Officer with the CDD. And I will ask you, Jen, to start us off this morning.
My name is Jennifer Thaw, and I am the vice chair of the council. And I also do work on behalf of SANYS, which is the Self-Advocacy Association of New York State. Happy to be chairing the meeting.
Thanks so much, Jen. Joanne.
Hello, I'm Joanne Siegel, and I'm co-director of the Rose F. Kennedy Center, UCID, located in the Bronx, New York City.
Welcome, Joanne.
Thank
Deidre.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deidre Moore. I am a social worker with the Hartshare School and Children's Residential Program located in Brooklyn, New York.
Thanks, and welcome to your first full council meeting, Deidre.
Thank you.
Deb.
Good morning. I'm Deb Tiviage. I'm CEO and founder of the Elijah Foundation, Long Island. We are an autism-based organization with a school, a farm, and an adult program. Morning, everybody.
Thanks, Susanna. Josh Christiana.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Josh Christiana, the Director for Quality, Compliance, and Chapter Relations for the ARC New York.
Morning, Josh. And Josh Phelps.
Hi, I'm Josh Phelps. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at AIM Services. We're in Saratoga, and we support nearly 3,000 people statewide with IDD. I'm also on the Communities and Systems Change Subcommittee.
Good morning, Josh. And we have a couple of other remote attendees. Marilee.
Good morning, everybody. Marilee Boylan. I'm the Director of Employment Programs for the Strong Center for Developmental Disabilities. Nice to see everybody.
Thank you. And I'm seeing a sign in, and I'm not sure if it's a guest or a member, Cass J.
I'm a guest, sorry.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. Welcome. And Melinda, I don't know if you'd like to introduce yourself or just.
Sure. My name is Melinda Dolezal. I'm the director of the trade program at the New York State Justice Center. I'm on the Community and Systems Change Committee. I haven't been able to attend many meetings recently because I've had a lot of stuff going on, but I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Welcome all. And I think we'll move to our in-person. I don't know, Dave, did you want to call the? I'll go on, Dave, if you don't mind starting.
Yes. My name is Dave Duell. I'm a parent and brother-in-law, and I'm a caucus member. May I take this opportunity to say one more thing, Jean?
Certainly.
So one detail that I neglected to mention earlier is with the engaging of all our council members and leading the meetings, with the increase in size and meeting complexity, we'd like to ask that we do one comment per discussion, if you would, please. And that's during the discussion. If you wish to speak a second time, please refrain until all members have spoken once. Thank you for this courtesy.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to also add just a little housekeeping. If to speak, if you want to turn on your microphone, it looks like it's the second in, it's a little person, looks like they're speaking. Just press that once to speak and then press it again to turn the mic off. Thank you. And then we'll just go around the room for intro.
Good morning again, everyone. I'm Kristen Proud. I'm the new executive director of the Council on Developmental Disabilities. And when you turn on your microphone, you'll know it's on because the red band at the top and the little red button will be on. And then when they disappear, you're no longer live.
My name is Naomi, and I'm a caucus member, and I've been involved a very, very, very long time with this in different ways. And I've been coming to meetings, actually coming to meetings.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jesse Kendall. I am with the CDD. I am our fiscal manager. Happy to be with everyone today.
Good morning, everyone. Jackie Hayes, the Diversity and Inclusion Program Specialist here at the CDD, and also happy to see everybody today.
Is it Xavier?
Good morning, everybody. Kimberly Berg, Program Planner here at the CDD.
Hi, Vincent McLaughlin here, member of the caucus. Need no further introduction.
Morning, everyone. Jennifer Goldman, and I'm the Federal Liaison at CDD.
I am Peter Cole. I'm a parent, caucus member, and Community and Systems Change Committee.
Good morning, Suzanne Swan. I'm from the Department of Health.
Good morning, Julie Veneman from Access VR.
Good morning, I'm Colleen Scott. I am the Advocacy Specialist at the New York State Office for the Aging, and I'm going to really try to observe your rule of only one comment. I promise I'm going to try.
Good morning, everyone. Jamie Harla here representing the New York State Department of Health. Happy to be here.
Good morning, Jessica Pigeon, Deputy Director for the Office of Strategic Initiatives at the Office for People with Developmental Disabilities, otherwise known as OPWDD. Good morning.
There it is. He turned it on. Thank you. Susan Fox, CEO at the Westchester Institute for Human Development, one of the 3 USEDs in New York, and also a parent.
Good morning, I'm Marissa Rourke. I'm from the Office of Special Education of the New York State Education Department.
Morning, everyone. I'm Eileen Borden, also from the State Education Department. I was here at the last meeting. I'm manager. I oversee our policy and our due process units. And obviously, many of you knew Allison Connors before, and so I stepped in her place. And I'm proud that Marissa Rourke, who is part of our policy unit, is the supervisor now of our policy unit. So she'll be representing state ed at these meetings after today. So you get both of us today. One vote, but 2 voices, or 2 people.
Good morning. I'm Val Gregory, parent and caucus member.
Good morning. I'm Mariela Adams. I'm a parent member and a member of the CSC caucus.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Bing Fen. I'm a parent member. I'm also on the caucus and also the individual family community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katrina Hazel. I'm a caucus member and the chair of the Individuals and Families Committee.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shamika Andrews. I am the Community Outreach Coordinator for the Self Advocacy Association and the caucus chair.
I'm here as the CDD General Counsel, and I'm also a parent.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kay Broughton. I'm a grants coordinator here at the CDD.
All right, and I'm going to introduce the back table here. First, I'm Drew Webster, Communications and Grants Coordinator with the CDD. We have Sarah Amplo, who is a wonderful graduate intern. Kira, who is also a grants coordinator, and then Anna DeRosa, who is also a grants coordinator. And we are all very happy to be here and seeing you.
And speaking of all, that is all of our CDD staff. So we brought all the CDD staff out for the meeting today. So thanks everyone for taking the time to come.
Thanks. Is there anyone that I missed remotely or in the room who would like to introduce themselves?
Hi,
I'm Susanna Iderola. I'm the USAID Director at the Strong Center for Developmental Disabilities, which is in Rochester, New York. It's good to see you all.
Good morning, Susanna. Thanks. Okay, we have established quorum, and Jen, I will turn it back to you for the agenda review.
Thank you, Gina. We have a full agenda today. We'll just go through it so we know what to expect. We have to approve the October 26th of 2023 minutes, which is when we were all together last for our council meeting, full council meeting. And from 10 o'clock to 10:30, we have Krista Rock, which she is from the OPWDD's council's office. She will discuss two things. We'll discuss the bylaws revisions, and she will explain plain language changes to the conflict of interest policy. And we will take two separate votes to approve those documents. Then from 10:30 to 10:45, we will take a quick break. From 10:45 until noon, we will address 4 funding motions. We will then take a break for lunch from noon to 12:45 out in the courtyard. All members kindly return promptly at 12:45. Because from 12:45 to 1 o'clock, there will be a video screening of Housing for People with Developmental Disabilities, a Success Story, which is one of the CDD's grant projects. From 1 to 1:45, we will have a special presentation about regional housing collaboratives from Carol Napierski of the New York Alliance and John Maltby of the New York Housing Resource Center. Then from 1:45 to 2:45, we will hear leadership reports. From 12:45 to 3 o'clock, we will have an open forum and adjournment. I'd like to mention we have available to all members and staff attending in person the studio room located right outside and off the courtyard throughout the day for anyone who needs to make a call, take care of other work or personal business, or just take a quiet moment. Gina will now go over some of the functions of Zoom and we'll discuss the voting procedures.
Thanks, Jen. So, as always, please, unless you're speaking, please keep yourself muted. You can use the mute button to the bottom. It should be to the bottom left of your screen on Zoom. And we went over the microphones. If you have any issues with your microphones in the room, please just raise your hand and we can zip over and assist. Keep your video. You can enable and disable your video with your stop video button. You can see who's on the call with participants. Everyone remotely should be seeing our PowerPoint and hearing people in the room. If that is an issue for you, please put something in the chat or you can just speak up and let us know. For questions or comments, you can raise your hand physically, use the raised hand feature in Zoom, or you can also note something in the chat and we'll be monitoring all of that. If there's something that's missed, because we do have a couple of moving parts here, please just speak up. If you are waiting to ask a question or you have a comment or your vote is, we seem to be missing something. So those are the basic Zoom directions. And as far as voting, we will be asking all in favor, which means yes. Any opposed, which means no. any abstentions, or would you like to abstain? That means you are not casting a vote. And if you need to recuse, that means that there is a conflict. We have several recusals today that we're already aware of. But if you feel you need to recuse on a vote because of a conflict, that means you should not be part of the discussion or the vote. So please let us know, and we'll be asking that before each vote. People in the room will be exiting the room through the discussion and the vote. Those who are attending remotely, we will put you on a breakout room, and we'll automatically return you to the meeting once the vote and the discussion is completed. Are there any questions about asking, how to ask questions, either remotely or in person, any of the features of Zoom? Yeah, looks like we're all good. So one of the brief housekeeping for in-person people, restrooms. If you go out the doors and to the left, there are accessible restrooms. There are additional restrooms out the door and to the right. And now I will turn it back to you, Jen, for discussion of the previous meeting's minutes.
Thank you, Gina. The minutes of our last meeting are on pages 5 to 7 of the meeting packet. I will have silence for a minute or two to give you time to take a look, go to the pages in the packet. Has everyone had a chance to take a look at the meeting minutes? And are there any suggested changes or edits that anyone thinks should be made to the October minutes?
I'm not seeing anything remotely or in the room, Jen.
Okay,
Gina, sorry to interrupt. Naomi did want to abstain since she was not at the October meeting. This is her first full council.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you for bringing that up, Naomi. If you were not at the October meeting, you should abstain on the minutes because you were not on approving the minutes since you were not at the meeting. So thank you. We'll note that.
is there someone who would like to suggest that we make a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Vincent on the motion.
And is there someone who will second?
Katrina on the second.
Wonderful, thank you. And so now it goes to a vote. All in favor? Put something in the chat, raise your hand. Either virtually in person, let us know. And we'll give Dave and Gina a chance to count the votes.
Thank you. I think we're set.
Okay, so we have all, those who are in favor we have. Is there anyone opposed?
There are none opposed, Jen?
Okay. No, we have a few people who are abstaining. Either because they were not at the meeting or they choose to abstain. So I think we had someone remotely who was abstaining.
We have Naomi, Deidre abstaining as well.
And I believe Marilee.
And Jessica. And Jessica.
So would that be, so we have Naomi, Deirdre, Marilee, and Jessica.
Yes.
Perfect. And may I ask Gina, does it pass?
Yes, the minutes are approved.
Wonderful. So the minutes are approved. Thank you all. And I believe we have, up next, we have Krista Rock from the OPWDD Council's office.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here today to talk to you about two things. First, I'd like to talk about some amendments to our bylaws. And bylaws are a legal document that are basically our rules for how we do our business. And so there have been some changes to the law, both in terms of changes to the statute that governs how governs our council, and also changes to the open meetings law about the ability to do public meetings virtually. So we need to amend our bylaws so that they reflect those new laws, these new state laws. So that's what we're doing here, as well as making some changes for just more understandability. And just to sort of recap, so we sent out these proposed amendments to the bylaws to you all on January 18th. And then the executive committee voted to present these changes to you all, to the full council. So I'm just going to go through them in just very, very simple terms, and then I'll pause after each section to see if anyone has questions. So the first change to our bylaws will be in Article 2 membership. And really, the first change is just to make it more understandable. The changes to the bylaws make it clear that there's different people who can serve as council members. And one group are the caucus members, right? Who are people with disabilities or family members or caregivers of people with developmental disabilities, and who are appointed by the governor. And then the second set of people who serve on the council are people who work for organizations or agencies that the law says should be on the council. And there's a fancy Latin term for that, and that's ex officio. So the first set of changes to the bylaws was to the bylaws used to say citizen members, but we think it's just more understandable to use the term that we're all familiar with, and meaning caucus members. So we've changed citizen members to caucus members. And we just make it more clear in Article 2 that there's these two groups of people on the council, and one are the caucus members and one are these ex officio members. And so we then go on to changes that are needed because of the new state law that passed. And what this says is it's about caucus members. And so caucus members can serve up to 2 3-year terms. And that's these are all legal changes that were made by state law, and so we're now making our bylaws show this. So caucus members can serve up to 2 3-year terms. When your terms are up, you can stay on the council until your replacement has been appointed. And if after completing 2 terms in a row, you want to be on the council again, you can reapply after 3 years has passed from the end of your last term. So if Krista Rock is on the council and I serve 2 3-year terms, and then I want to keep going, I need to wait 3 years and then I can apply again. I'm going to pause there and ask if anyone has questions. Okay. The next set of changes are again due to state law change. It's in Article 4, meetings. And these changes reflect, there were changes to the open meetings law in both 2022 and also 2023 about the ability to attend public meetings like this one by video conference. And so these laws allowed the council to create a policy about the use of remote meetings. And if you remember back, those of you who are here back in October of 2022, we met and we did decide to put a policy in place allowing remote attendance. And so basically what we're doing is we're just we're amending our bylaws to reflect these new legal provisions, and I'll go through them one by one. So one is the chair can let you attend a meeting by video conference if there are extraordinary circumstances. I'll tell you what that means. But if there's extraordinary circumstances that keep you from coming in person, you can attend by video conference. Extraordinary circumstances is very broad. So I'll read it to you, but it's basically if you have a really good reason. So extraordinary circumstance means disability, illness, caregiving responsibilities, or any other significant or unexpected factor or event which precludes the member's physical attendance at such meeting. So again, you have a really good reason you can't travel in person. You can attend by video conference. But you must notify the chair at least 4 business days before the meeting if you can't attend in person. It's good if you can to come in person like so many people have today. And the reason is that there's rules. You heard Gina mention at the top of the meeting about quorum. Quorum means that there needs to be a certain number of people physically attending, or I'm going to get to that in a minute, or attending by video conference because of their own disability. We'll talk about that. But quorum is the legal term for you have to have a certain number of people present for the council to be able to do business. And that's the majority of the council, and we certainly have that today. So again, you should try to come in person when you can, because there's rules about, again, having a certain number of people in person to vote on motions, and that's called quorum. Now, here's where it gets tricky, and this was another set of changes to the law. If you appear by video, you only count towards quorum if you can't participate in person because of your own disability, not someone else's. So what that means is, I'm going to use myself as an example. Krista Rock can't travel to Albany because of my own disability makes it difficult or impossible for me to travel to Albany. I can not only attend by video conference, but I also count towards a quorum, which is great. Changing that around, Krista Rock needs to attend by video conference, and she can't travel to Albany because she has to care for her disabled child. I can attend by video conference, but I cannot count towards a quorum. So as you can see, it gets a little tricky. We're lobbying for a law change. You know, it would be great if the law could be changed to say that caretakers also count towards quorum if they have to attend by video, but you know, at that point, that's not what the law is, but maybe someday. So that changes in our bylaws. if you appear by video, but don't count towards quorum. So the case, say, where I'm attending, based on, you know, my caretaking responsibilities. So I don't count towards a quorum, but I still am at the meeting and my vote still counts. So I can still participate, I can still vote. The law says that if you do appear by video, you need to be seen and heard the whole time. And that's all, we're doing that right now. It's great the way we're doing it. And lastly, this is only allowed as long as the law says it's okay. Right now, this law is set to expire in July, but there is language in the governor's budget that would extend this for another 2 years. And so I'm confident this will, I'm hoping that I see no reason why this would not continue the way we've been doing it. And again, lastly, the bylaws reflect that if you appear by video, you only count towards quorum if you can't participate in person because of your own disability, not someone else's. So those are the changes on page 5 and page 7. I'm going to pause. That's tricky. Does anyone have questions? Yep.
I don't know if it's a question or a comment, but I agree with you. So you're saying it's not the CDD's choice. This is the law that caregivers or people supporting individuals with disabilities cannot count towards quorum if they're not physically present. That's not your choice. That's the way the law is written.
Correct.
Do I understand correctly?
Yep.
But they do count towards a vote.
Exactly. Yep. And it's the law is public officers. It's executive law 103A. And if you ever, you know, you can email me offline if you want. I can share with you the law and point you to the provision.
No, I believe you. I
Yeah.
just want it on the record. I don't
Oh.
agree with that. I think caregivers should be able to participate remotely. That's the whole point of this council, is to have people's input who have lived experience and directly are involved. And I don't know why we would limit that for them, but not, we would accept somebody who's, it's their own disability, but not somebody who's, you know, caring for somebody or supporting somebody who has a disability. So,
Yeah.
and then my other question is, I'm sorry to go backwards, but my other question is about membership. So, previous to, I don't know, maybe like a year or two ago, the Justice Center for the Protection of People with Special Needs was a member of the full council and of the Community and Systems Change Committee, I think it was. But I don't know if they're any longer a member, and I didn't see in here that they were written in law as a member, and I don't know if that changed or they were never in law, or I'm not clear on why that. I did ask this before, and I was told they were looking at the percentages of council membership, trying to be, you know, cognizant of how many people were an individual with a disability, were supporting an individual with a disability, were a state member, blah, blah, blah. But I just think that that's an important piece that we're missing if they're not a member.
Okay. Any other comments, questions before I move on? Yes.
Yeah, I just had a question about the 4-day notice. So if you're not a person with a disability and something comes up at the last minute, you can't give the 4-day notice. Does that mean you can still participate, but you cannot vote?
So you're saying if the day before the council meeting, I'm just making this up, your car breaks down and you have no transportation to Albany. So, you know, whenever possible, please give us 4 business days, because it really helps us to decide, because, you know, if we need to know who's participating by video conference, so we know whether or not we're going to meet quorum. Obviously, something like that, there's flexibility there, and, you know, life happens, right? So if something happens to keep you from getting to Albany, I would just say, let the chair and the CDD staff know as soon as you know. And if we're safe on quorum, it's fine.
Then you can still vote.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So long as quorum is met. Yes. Yep. Okay. So that's the change that brings us up to date with the law changes to the open meetings law. And then lastly,
Hello, I had my hands up.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please go ahead.
Just a quick question. Sorry for my spelling errors in the chat also. I just saw something, it looked as if in one of the slides, that if you're attending remotely, your cameras must be on at all times. Can you please, I just want to verify that. Is that the case?
Yes, that's what the law says. The law says, the public officers law says that if you are, in terms of these are the council members only, not the guests don't need their cameras on. But the council members who are attending remotely need to have their cameras on. And, like right now, I can't see anyone except myself. So, but just to have, so just because your camera's on doesn't mean we can necessarily see you the whole time. But if you do, I think the reason for that is that if you do have a question or want to contribute, we'll be able to see who's talking. And as a condition of having the video conferencing flexibility, one of the legal requirements is that we do record this meeting and put it on our website so that the public can see, what participation by the members took place.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
If we need to use the restroom, or like if you were counting towards the quorum, or not towards the quorum, but you were voting and you had to use the restroom, does that, if you step away from the camera, does that mean?
No, that's fine.
Okay, just making sure, because that would be a really uncomfortable situation to be in if you had to use the restroom.
Indeed. Okay, am I missing anyone else? I believe it's.
Let me just check remotely. I did want to just add, if you don't mind, Kristen, if you're asking a question in the room, if you wouldn't please turn on your mic, we can hear you in the room, but for people remotely, it needs to go through the mic. And for people remotely, I know there's a little bit of delay in the camera as it's moving to focus on the speaker. So if you could be patient with that. And even though we're not seeing all of the remote participants on the screen, it will be recorded in the video. So anyone who is speaking is on the screen, and then all of the participants are recorded in our video, just to clarify that. So I'm not seeing any other questions remotely. Oh.
I just wanted to know, but back to membership. Is there a list or somewhere that it tells you like where you are in that, 3-year, whatever you said?
Yes, so we did have to realign some of the terms pursuant to the law that was passed. So we do have an updated list that we've been working on, and we are trying to fold in new members so that we can have follow the rotation policy. So we will address that. I think we'll probably talk about that at the next meeting or even before. I don't know if you want to add to anything.
Yeah, the other thing I just wanted to mention is it's helpful that we've been bringing on new members, 1 or 2 at a time over the course of a year. Last year, for example, we had a couple of new members. And then at the end of the year, very early this year, we welcomed Deidre Moore and Naomi Adam, because that will also help us kind of stagger so that we don't experience a situation in which we have a relatively large number of members who are rotating off at the same time. And also, I think it's really important to just remind everyone of the point that Krista made during her presentation, and thanks very much for your time and giving us that presentation. That, part of aligning our bylaws, which haven't been updated in a while, with the new law, is to make sure that we're compliant with the new law in terms of the membership. But the new law does allow us to have members continue on after the expiration of their term until new council members can be appointed. And that's important as well. So, we will be, and we're sort of in a constant state of recruitment. Maybe this is a good time to just let everyone know that the executive committee did review a couple of self-advocate applicant candidates in their January meeting. And we're very supportive of those applicants being put forward to the New York State Center for Recruitment and Public Service, which is the entity that does all of the screening and background check work in considering governor's appointments for any councils or any state advisory bodies. So we do have a couple of potential new self-advocate members in the works. But as all of you know, who've been part of that process of being appointed to this council and other state bodies, that can be a lengthy process. So in the meantime, individuals, even if their terms have expired, are able to continue forward and represent themselves and represent individuals with disabilities from around the state as council members.
Oops. The last changes to the council committees, and it's simply, it's just, it's stating that with respect to, caucus members, the executive director will suggest caucus members to the executive committee, and the executive committee then reviews and recommends candidates to send to, as Kristen stated, the New York State Center for Recruitment and Public Service. So again, that's it. That's, you know, again, the purpose of these amendments is to bring our bylaws into, you know, into alliance with the state law changes, and there's some understandability changes. And unless there's no more questions, I'll turn it over for a vote. Yes.
Yeah, I had it. With all due respect, and I'm going to be a little blunt with this here. I only got these a few weeks ago. Okay. Yes, the executive committee reviewed them, but the rest of the membership only got them a few weeks ago by email, by the way. They didn't get a hard copy. We should have gotten a hard copy too. We weren't given an opportunity to suggest changes. It was either my way or the highway approach. And I'm a little bit annoyed because you say some things are going to happen and some things that the law says, but Counselor, I think your interpretation of what the statute says and what I'm seeing, and I've also spoken to some of the people I know of legal mind, shall we say, and your interpretation and ours are totally different. To me, this is an empty shell. I'm going to be real blunt with you. I don't like having empty shells. People have known me a long time now. I don't appreciate having empty shells dropped on me at the last minute. Okay, I don't appreciate it. Okay, it's disingenuous. It's not fair to me, and I'm sure it's not fair to many people who have only gotten a hard copy of this morning. What's the harm in waiting until October? Give more members of this council time to review and approve it at the October meeting. Yes, a lot of things were done by state law. I get that. But members of the council should have the opportunity to make recommendations or suggestions or changes to things that they may like to see or what have you. None of that was even given opportunity. I don't participate in empty shells. So if we're not going to be given an opportunity to vote on this in October, I don't want to be a part of it. Okay. I think it's disrespectful to me. It's disrespectful to the people of the community that I'm supposed to be advocating for, and it's disrespectful to the people of this state. So at this point, I make a motion to table these until the October meeting. If it fails or what have you, then I don't want to be a part of it. But I don't see the harm in waiting until October. So I move to table these until October.
If I may speak before, yeah. So thank you for your comments. the bylaw amendments were sent out to everyone on January 18th, but beyond that, waiting till October, our bylaws do not, right now, our bylaws do not speak to the legal flexibilities that have been given to us. And so waiting till October, right? That's many months that will go by that our bylaws will not have the flexibilities that many people need.
How long have you known about these changes? Months? It should have, if we knew there was gonna be an issue, it should have been dealt with at the October meeting instead of dropped on it now.
So,
So I made the motion, if there's,
and I would just lastly say that, I am the CDD legal counsel. I'm very confident that these bylaws correctly reflect the changes to the public officers law over 2022 and 2023. And so I hear you, and I guess I'll turn it over to, it sounds like you want to make a motion to table this.
I think we should give the members of this council time, and if we have, if don't want to wait till October, call a special meeting. What's the harm? I think more people, more members of this, you're dropping on us an empty shell. This is disingenuous. How irresponsible is this to drop this on us at the last minute? So I call the motion.
Vincent, your concerns are procedural, the way I understand it. It's how you feel this has been dealt with. It's not content that your concerns are. Is that correct?
It's content and the fact that I didn't even get a chance to read through the whole thing.
So you know what okay. That was my concern. Had you even read the content?
I only got a paper copy of this morning. How irresponsible. This is starting to be like the state legislature at this point. Are we gonna be that low?
Can I say something?
I'm not done speaking, with all due respect. Are we gonna be like the state legislature and have this dropped on us? Come on, be real here.
There's some confusion because these documents were emailed twice. And you said
I
you
didn't get
didn't
them
receive
twice.
them. That's a procedural issue. And so if we can deal with it that way, I think it will be much better for everything.
I want to be able to have an opportunity to review them before I vote on them. I don't see the harm.
Dave, like you
Speak
said, these things are, as far as procedures
Mhm.
that were, decisions that were made prior to Vincent being here, as far as when things and how things are sent out. Anybody at any time can request a hard copy.
Well,
The decision to email things and have less paper sent out prior to the meeting, because we used to get a whole big packet mailed to us. As a council, we decided that that was not a efficient way of dealing with transmitting information. But at any time, anybody, if you feel that you need a hard copy, can request that. And I understand that you're upset about not being able to review that, but those decisions were made prior to you joining the council.
And no one told me. I should have been at least informed. And take this as formal notice. I want to start getting copies in the mail. Because we're not gonna go through this again. We're not gonna go through this again. This is not fair. I don't appreciate it being having this dropped on me at the last minute. I don't know if there's some way we could table it so we can review it later on or at the next meeting, but I certainly believe that,
Vincent, did you send in some form of acknowledgement that you
it shouldn't be my responsibility. Should be the responsibility of whoever's supposed to send these out.
But you did acknowledge that you received them at the time that they arrived.
Couldn't even get a chance to read through them. There was,
How would you feel if we voted, you abstained? And because everyone else is prepared to vote, I believe everyone here.
You have a motion on the floor to table. It should have been dealt, that should have been dealt with some time ago.
This is the discussion for the motion, if we need to look at it that way.
Which proper procedure is to vote on the motion to table and then vote on the issue at hand. That's the proper procedure. If someone makes a motion to table, then you have to vote on the motion at hand. If the motion fails, then you go back to the original order at hand, which is whether to adopt these or not.
So you'll need a second for the motion. You're comfortable with that?
Yeah, and if not, then
Before we go to that, I think there needs to be an explanation of what we have control over changing or not changing within this, so
point
maybe
of
that.
order, you're supposed to be dealing with the motion at hand. The motion at hand should be voted on and then you can have the original discussion on the issue. So let's deal with the motion. That's the proper procedure, is to deal with the motion at hand.
I just still have a content question and I don't know where we're going with motions, but I just don't want to lose it before we vote.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to the original motion. We're still gotta deal with the motion table.
In order to get this to move, I will second his motion. I think we should vote on that and then.
I request a long roll.
Jen, would you like to take it from there? Or shall I?
I can take it. So so what did did someone second the motion to go ahead and vote? Or was that the motion to table?
Yes, Sue Fox did.
Okay.
Did the motion to
table,
table.
yeah.
And Vincent, you're asking to call the roll on the vote?
Long roll.
So we will be calling on each member
I'm requesting a long roll.
individually.
Yep.
So as I call on you individually, please express your vote as yes, no, or abstain.
And this is to table?
Yes, it's the table.
To table until when?
You said October, you mean June?
October or
June?
sooner practical,
June. June is our next meeting.
or June, sorry, June,
So it's October or June?
June.
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 Okay.
Okay, so all in favor of tabling? Should we,
Long roll.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Jen, we're gonna have to call the long roll, and would it be easier since we can see who's remote and who is in person to do that?
Sure.
Thank you. Deb, T-Verge, I'm gonna start with remote participants.
How are we voting? Yes or no?
Yes, no, or abstain.
No.
Jen,
No.
Joanne,
No.
Deidre,
No.
Susanna,
No.
Josh Phelps,
No.
Josh Christiana,
No.
I think that's everyone remotely. I'll move to the room. And I'm sorry, this will not be in any order other than my list here, so it may seem out of order. Katrina,
No.
Peter,
No.
Dave Duell,
No.
Shamika,
No.
Ben,
No.
Xavier, one more time. Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you. Val,
No.
Sean,
No.
Mariella,
No.
Naomi,
No.
Sue Fox,
No.
Jessica,
No.
Colleen,
No.
Sue Swan,
No.
Eileen. I'll come back to Eileen. Julianne,
No.
Jamie,
I'm gonna abstain from that.
and I'm gonna come back to you, Xavier,
No.
and a no for Xavier. Any other abstentions? Vincent?
Yes.
I just wanted to get clarification before we take an actual vote on the bylaws themselves. I understand the changes of the public, these are to align with the public officers law and the video, things that have changed since COVID. But I did have a question about the membership that didn't get answered. I'm just confused as to whether there was a change in which agencies are mandated or allowed. Because like I said, the Justice Center for the Protection of People with Special Needs was previously a member, as I think Melinda's remote, but it's my understanding they're not currently a member, and I'm just trying to get clarification as to whether that changed in the law or it was a CDD decision or what, or in where that stands now. I'm sorry, I really don't want to hold up the vote. I just want to get clarification on that one thing.
Not an ex officio member of the council. Does that answer your question?
But I guess my question is, were they ever an ex officio member? And that's a change, that's what I'm asking is, was
No.
that a substantive change now in this, what we're voting on this law? Because that doesn't seem like that would have been a change in the law that guided these changes.
No.
Am I making sense?
They've never been. No, that section of the law was not changed in 2023. So they've not been. And I'm just looking, is that correct? That
My understanding is they've never been a required member. They were added to our membership. There were only the state agencies that you see represented here today as required members.
So to answer your question, the statute. Yeah, the statute did not ever, nor does it now, include the Justice Center as an ex officio member that shall serve on the council.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. I feel comfortable voting now with that information,
Yep.
but I would propose that they should be a member of the council as designated by the council. I don't know how we handle that later.
I have a quick sort of technical question on page 1. Caucus members, in the past, it read as caucus members shall be appointed for 2 years. Two terms of 3 years, and now it's may be appointed for up to 2 terms of 3 years. Does it mean that every time a new council member is selected, the executive committee will be making a decision on how many terms they're appointed
Yes.
from the get-go? Okay. And how would that be decided? Interest of the council?
So, I mean, Kristen, I believe, right, that the process, so right now, so if someone finishes a 3-year term and wants to wants to serve again, it's the council's decision, the executive committee's decision, whether or not they continue on.
The executive committee is essentially acting as a nominating committee. So if an individual, as they approach the end of their 3-year term, would like to continue to serve, then we can take that up at the executive committee, and we would do so prior to the expiration of the term, so that we can make sure that that's done in a timely manner.
That's not, I read the statute. That's not how I see it. The way how I see it is, once the 3-year term is up, then the governor has the right to reappoint or not reappoint. And if the governor chooses not to reappoint, then the person pursuant to public officers law has the right to stay until they're, replaced. That's the way how I read the statute. That's a question to the attorney.
Your question is the statutory interpretation?
I read the statute in its entirety when it came out. The statute reads nothing about a nominating committee, nothing about a executive committee. The way how the statute reads is, excuse me, once the 3-year term is up, then the governor has the right to, at their, I don't know how to put it, the person can, I'm sorry. At the end of the 3-year term, the governor has the right to reappoint the person. If the governor chooses not to reappoint or fails to reappoint, then the person pursuant to public officers law can stay until the person's replaced.
Right, but my understanding is that the governor's appointments office looks to the executive committee for those nominations.
Right, but that's not how the statute reads. If you have to go based on what the statute reads. The statute doesn't say that. The statute clearly says, clear as a bell, that the governor has the right to make the appointments. There's nothing in there that says about delegating of authority. If they're gonna do that, I would suggest that the state legislature do a chapter amendment. But until that happens, I see ours as the hands are tied.
It's not a delegation of authority. The governor's office would need to know whether or not that member chooses to continue on. And our process for notifying the governor's Center for Recruitment and Public Service, which acts as her appointing authority, about whether or not an individual wishes to join the council in the first instance or continue on as the term is expiring, is we use our executive committee to make that notification to the Center for Recruitment and Public Service as to the individual's interest in joining or continuing after the expiration of the initial term.
Then why do we have an executive director? The executive director can make that recommendation to the governor. That's the way how I see the statute.
I do make that recommendation on behalf of and in consultation with the executive committee. I don't make that as an individual. I do that with the executive committee members who represent the full council for those kinds of recommendations. That's why we have an executive committee. We have several members of the executive committee, including our chair of the full council, our vice chair, and our caucus chair who serve on the executive committee.
Well,
I don't unilaterally make those decisions, and I wouldn't feel comfortable unilaterally making those decisions. I want the input of the individual who wishes to serve and continue to serve or not serve, obviously. I want to know what their preference is, and then I look to the executive committee members to also provide input. So when I, for example, interviewed the 2 applicants who are interested in joining as New South advocates, but I do not unilaterally want to just decide that they would be good for this council. So I conferred and shared their applications and their resumes with the executive committee members to gain their input before I contacted the Center for Recruitment and Public Service about those 2 individuals.
Right, but the statute does not give the authority to an executive committee to make a decision. It gives it to one person, the governor.
We need a process, which we have, by which that recommendation can be given to the governor. The governor asks for input through her Center for Recruitment and Public Service, which is her entity that advises and makes decisions or recommendations on those appointments.
Right, but that's why the governor does, her team does the exhaustive background check like they do.
Can I just add that instituting the executive committee as a nominating committee is consistent with other DD councils across the country. This is why we actually start, part of the reason we started doing that is that this is the procedure and the way many other DD councils within our national network operate for membership, is they use their executive committee as a nominating committee in the way that Kristen has described.
Right, but we're governed by, this is New York governed by state law.
As are the other councils. They are also have state designating agencies but they have a similar process.
Vincent, I'm going to step in here and ask that you and I have a conversation. I'll try to help you work through each detail, particularly the procedural concerns that you have. If you feel like you should have received these earlier and you didn't when other people did, then we'll try to figure out why. But I need to press on. Okay.
I do have one final question to the attorney. If we vote on these today, all right. Can a member come back, say, I don't know, 2 months from, or the next meeting and recommend changes?
Anybody can always recommend changes to the bylaws. There's a process. You should bring them right to the executive committee. Just know that they do need to be shared with members ahead of time, like we did with this package.
Yeah, but that's what the issue at hand is.
So just, you would need to kind of like at the meeting where you would need to work backwards from the full council meeting, backwards in time to go through the process of bringing them to the executive committee. And then, if the executive committee wishes to present to the full council, make sure you have that time so that the members can be notified of the potential changes.
Even if the executive committee votes against it, we would still have a right to bring it to the full council.
Is that a quick question?
Yeah, I'll wait.
But we wouldn't vote only as an executive committee. We would bring it to the full council.
Sue?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the bylaws.
I'll second that.
Long roll, request for a long roll.
What is the motion?
The motion is to approve the bylaws revisions.
Okay,
Jen, we're back to your original, the original motion that we were going to contemplate.
okay.
So Gina will call the long roll as we did previously. She'll start with those remotely and then we'll move to everyone in the room. So
I have to go to the bathroom, so can you either come back to me or can I vote now? Either one.
we'll come back, Colleen. don't
Thank
worry.
you.
Thank you.
Let me just announce the results of the previous vote so everyone is aware. There were 23 no, and 1 yes, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. So we'll do the same procedure. And I will start with our remote participants. And this is a motion to approve the bylaws revisions as they've been presented. Deb,
No.
Jen,
Yes.
Deidre,
Yes.
Joanne,
Yes.
Susanna,
Yes.
Josh Phelps,
Yes.
Josh Christiana,
Yes.
Katrina, Peter,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Shamika. Yeah. Ben,
Yes.
Xavier,
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Mariella,
Yes.
Naomi,
Yes.
Vincent,
No.
Sue Fox,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
Sue Swan,
Yes.
Eileen,
Yes.
Julianne,
Yes.
Jamie,
Yes.
we'll wait for Colleen to return to her seat for the record.
All right.
Hi,
You're
this is
fine.
Deb.
You're fine. You're fine.
This is Deb. I need to change my vote. It was my error. I didn't see the screen. I was voting as I was last time, so I need to switch my vote to be in favor. This is Deborah Teviage.
Okay, duly noted. Deb is a yes vote.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank you very much.
And Colleen, a vote on the motion to approve the bylaws as they've been presented.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone that I've missed?
It sounds like the motion passes.
Yes, we have 20 yeses and one no.
Okay. So the motion passes about the bylaws. And then we have another update to go over with Krista about plain language conflict of interest policy.
Yes, and I want to be respectful. I know you're supposed to be on break now, so skip the, okay,
Yeah.
skip the break. So I will keep this super, super quick. So, a couple people came to me and said, all right, the council's conflict of interest policy is difficult to understand. Is there any way you can just rewrite it in more understandable plain English? And so I said, sure. And so this is simply the same conflict of interest policy that we've had. It's just rewritten into plain English. With one change. So it's essentially, there's only one substantive change, and let me tell you about that. Everything else is the same, just written in more understandable language. The only change is that at the very end, under representatives from state agencies, that section used to end with a paragraph about special rules for the University Centers for Excellence. So the USEDS, special rules about them receiving funds. This version removes that paragraph because last year the council voted to loosen the restrictions on USEDS applying for CDD money. And so now that the USED members are treated like any other council member, that old paragraph isn't needed and was taken out. Otherwise, and if you would like, I can go through and kind of, explain, each section, or if you'd rather, I can just tell you that this is the same with except for that one change. This is the same policy as we already have. It's just written in plain English. Would folks like a line by line, or shall we, are you comfortable with that explanation?
Could we quickly just go line by lines for the understanding of all the people that are here at the meeting?
Sure thing, and I can go fast. Okay, so really what we're just saying in plain language now is that we have this policy, and it's because members have to be sure that they're making fair and impartial decisions. And so it talks about a conflict. What is a conflict of interest? It's when a member or their families or their associates might benefit personally from a CDD funding decision. And if there is a conflict of interest, members need to disclose their conflict and step back from the discussion and making any decisions about the topic. So again, we in very understandable language now, we explain what is a conflict of interest. And we give examples of what is a conflict of interest. And basically, it's any time the member or someone they're close with might benefit personally from a funding decision. And so after we go through those examples, we go through disclosure. So what is a disclosure? We talk about, the policy mentions the form that you fill out when you start that lists any organizations you're connected with, and any relatives or associates who might benefit from the council's decisions. And then, if a member thinks they might have a conflict, they need to mention it in the form and also inform the council committee or staff member right away. And, if anybody thinks anybody has a conflict, you can bring it, you should tell the council's ethics officer. And that is Jen, right? Jen, okay. So, at that point, the executive committee can put it on their agenda and review it, and they can look into it and talk to the member about whether or not the member should be conflicted out. And so it kind of goes through that process. We also go through in understandable terms and talk about what recusal means. Recusal is when someone stays out of a talk or a decision because they have a conflict of interest. And how that's different from abstaining, right? When you abstain, you don't vote, but you still join discussions. When you recuse, you really leave the discussion and you only get limited information about that issue. And so it goes through and talks, about, when a council member recuses, what can't they do? They can't vote, they can't participate in the discussion, they can't participate in the funding decisions, etc. Lastly, the policy goes through to talk about council members who hold management roles in non-governmental agencies and nonprofits, that they can't receive funding for their organizations. And lastly, for representatives from state agencies. Basically the state agency representative, so the council can give money to an agency that's represented by a member, but only if that member didn't join any talks or votes about that money. So that's it. And it's nothing except for taking out the special rules about you said getting money. It's the same policy. It's just written in much more understandable language. And I hope you find that helpful. Questions?
Thank you. There is a comment in the chat, and this is in reference to the uses and voting on this. Since the uses were removed, should we not vote on this, or should we participate in the vote?
Good question. I think the usage should abstain from the vote.
I'm sorry, I did give a response and I apologize if I spoke too soon, that since it was simply restating what was already approved,
Yeah.
that perhaps, but I'm deferring to
Yeah,
council.
I think let's have the use said abstain, please. I think that's a good point.
Thank you.
So I have a question. So you're talking about council members serving in the management position. What's it defines the management position in the organization? You mean executive, community, advisory board?
Right. So, I don't know. Let me pick on someone here. Well, so for example, does
You can pick on me if you want. It's easy picking. So I've had to recuse myself from several discussions or votes simply because AIM Services has partnered with the Alliance or other people on various initiatives that the CDD is funded at times. I'm a chief operating officer currently.
yes, you're exactly the one I was going to pick on, but I had to think about whether you would mind.
No, not at all. Go
Thank you
for
for
it
stepping
anytime.
up. So that's exactly the circumstance.
But that means that even he is excused from a discussion funding, his agency is still able to receive the fund, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's my understanding. Yes, that,
Okay.
right, that he just wouldn't be able to participate in those discussions.
Okay, but okay, so my understanding is a council member who hold the management role there cannot receive the fund. That means the council member himself or the agency cannot receive the fund.
Yeah.
Then I think it's also saying that in addition to not discussing or voting on the motion when it's before either a committee of the council or the full council, that individual in his or her entity, agency with which they are affiliated cannot be involved in the grant process either. So if there's grant writing to be done or any grant activity, that staff person in his or her, whether it's paid or volunteer staff role with that entity, would just stay away from the grant in every way,
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
on the front end and the back end.
Thank you.
Vincent,
So I agree with the concept that if someone, for example, recuses, they have to, they can't talk, they can't get certain information, they can't participate in discussions, so on and so forth. Totally agree with that, because that's what the whole spirit of recusal means. What I don't agree with the concept if someone actually has to get up and walk out of the room. I think that's a little overkill. I don't think it's what the spirit of the law is. Spirit of the law is that they can't talk, they can't, get information, they can't, none of that. They're out of it, but they can at least just sit there.
it's a
I think
deterrent to
that's in
accomplish.
that situation, I'd have insider information, so to speak.
you.
If I sat in on the conversation, heard all the details of the grant, I'd really have that information.
Right, but I mean, you can't, what they mean is, or I could be wrong, but what they mean is getting the information from the council staff, not so much from another agency. You can't participate in the discussions, you can't vote on anything, you can't talk, none of that. But just to sit there, I mean, I serve on many boards in my county, and when we have to recuse, you just can't say spit and get or get information. And that's how we,
Yeah, I can kind of add to that because since some of the funding motions, we do discuss details about the project or the implementation of the project, or if we're going to release an RFP, we might go into detail about what would be included in the RFP. So that's why we have people physically recuse, because they would be getting insider information that could, I think from the outside, look like they got access to privileged information because they were a council member. So that's why we have that.
Right, Jackie, I think what you're pointing out is not just the conflict of interest, but the appearance of a conflict of interest, which also needs to be avoided.
right, but if that person has to recuse in their particular agency, if they're part of an agency, wouldn't be able to get funding anyway. Am I correct?
So if they recuse, their organization or nonprofit could potentially still get a grant funding. But they wouldn't be involved, like Kristen said, with the grant process. They would have to, remove themselves on the agency side from that.
If I can jump back in, please. Ben, I want to give you kudos. I think you raised a really good point. And I'm looking at the language and I'm feeling like it could be written better. And so I want to, first of all, thank you for your comment. And second of all, I would like to propose making it more clear. How about, so I'm going back now to council members serving in management positions. So I had basically just taken what was in the old policy and wrote it in more understandable language. So I'll tell you what the old policy said. It was organizations of council members who serve in management positions at non-governmental agencies and not-for-profits, including in a subcontracting capacity, are ineligible for funding. So I took that and I just put it in plain English, but I think that doesn't represent the reality of how we function. So I would propose when we vote on accepting this plain English version, that we maybe, let me just let me see if this works for you. And, council members who hold management roles in non-governmental agencies and nonprofit organizations, even in subcontracting roles, should not join any talks or votes about awarding the money or making the deal. Does that work? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, that's already included the previous excuse the
Yeah.
discussing about there. But also, does he is able to receive the funding if the grant was
Yeah.
approved to them?
Right. I
Right.
think this change just makes that more clear.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. So just for the record, when we vote, we'll be voting on the paragraph with the header council members serving in management positions. It will state council members who hold management roles in non-governmental agencies and nonprofit organization, even in subcontracting roles, should not join any talks or votes about awarding the money or making the deal. They're not numbered, are
That's
they?
page 14 in your packet.
Any other questions or concerns for Krista before we take a vote? Yes,
I have
Val.
quick question. I've changing that, right? Do we still have somewhere in the conflict of interest narrative here written something about not participating internally as part of the organization, assisting in obtaining the grant or preparing for the grant? Because the first time you sort of explained to Ben this particular paragraph, I thought it was really focusing on the outside work, outside of the council work within the agency. So maybe the change needs to focus on that instead of the talks, within the council. It should be, assisting the organization that they are principal in to obtain or prepare for the grant.
If
or
I
RFP or something.
if I understand your question, are you saying basically, outside of like an agency, when the circumstances where a council member should not participate? Like,
I'm just not sure if that's already somewhere in the language.
So I would suggest like maybe we can add in more that the council member should not apply the influence to the other member to help your own agency or organization get the fund, right? Or somewhere like this one. So not only ourselves, excuse ourselves, we cannot using our influence to influence other people to make the decision, whether this is applicable. I'm just my suggestion.
I think that is it already in there, because I know for me, when self-advocacy receives grants, I am not allowed to participate in any work groups within self-advocacy because I'm a council member. So it may not be clear, but I believe it is stated, so maybe we can.
suggest things, give input, discussion, to have any influence in findings, voting on money decisions, or being involved in any part of the work, connected to the possible conflict. So I'm hoping that's broad enough to cover what you're talking about. Okay.
Very good. Any other questions or concerns? Otherwise, we'll let Jen take it to a vote. Jen? Think we're okay.
All right, so we're voting on approving the conflict of interest policy with the changes suggested by Krista as council. Who will make a motion to go forward with the vote?
Colleen
Eileen?
on the motion.
And is there someone who will second?
And Sean is the second.
That's her.
Very well. All in favor, please let us know. Raise your hand, make a comment in the chat.
Jen, we're okay to move on to those.
Okay. So anyone opposed?
No.
Vincent in the negative. I see no other in opposition.
And is anyone abstaining?
We have 4 abstentions, Joanne, Sue Fox, Peter, and Susanna.
Okay, perfect. So I'm thinking the motion passes.
Yes.
Very good. So the motion passes. Good work, everyone. I know it's been we have a lot to cover today. In the interest of time, we will be moving on to funding motions.
Jen, I think we need to take a 5-minute stretch break.
Okay,
Sound good?
perfect.
Okay.
Fine.
And before we break, I just want to thank our colleague from OPWDD's counsel's office, who serves as our attorney, for her work preparing the documents and for presenting and taking questions today. And I also wanted to acknowledge Matthew Brady, who's at the table. Matthew's working right now with Krista as an Excelsior Fellow. So thank you both for coming to the meeting today. And thanks everyone for your participation in the discussion around the bylaws and the conflict of interest simplification.
Okay, we'll now
Thank you,
take a break.
Krista.
If people could return to their seats, we're going to get started in a minute here. We're going to get started in just a minute. Thanks, everyone.
He's doing great. I'll tell him you asked. So he decided to table, administration and policy for a while. And he did what he always wanted to do as a child. He's working on big yachts, installing solar panels and air conditioners. And, he's almost ready to go back to what he was trying to do. But he needed to do that for a couple of years, basically. He's had a lot of fun. Yeah. That's what I told him. I said, do it now. Oh, you're all right. That's what I told him. Do it now while you have time. What do you think?
Yes. Thank you. So putting motion there.
Well, that's an easy thing. Yeah.
I know, that makes.
Okay. About that. Yeah, exactly. We didn't I think we'll go ahead and get started. Jen, if you would, lead us in a discussion of the next funding motion, please.
Okay, sure. Moving right along. We have 4 funding motions that will be read, and I will ask for someone to make the motion, someone to second the motion. We'll have some time for discussion, and then I'll call for a vote. There may be recusals on some of the motions. Please let me know if you need to recuse yourself from deliberations and voting. We will allow time for members in person to leave the room and those attending remotely to be placed in a breakout room. Members should recuse themselves if they have a conflict of interest or to preserve the options for organizations with which they are affiliated to apply for funding. Starting off with motion 1, Katrina, would you be so kind as to read the motion for us?
Sure. To fund the Unified Court System Dispute Resolution Center CDRC up to $100,000 per year for 3 years, $300,000 total, to develop and pilot a conflict resolution competency training for care managers and office for people with developmental disability, OPWDD regional office staff.
Perfect. Thank you, Katrina. Does anyone need to recuse from this motion?
Jen, it's a no.
Oh, okay. Great. And could you explain this first motion for us?
Yeah, great. I'd be happy to, Jen. So older members might remember that we had a few years back a program with a grant program with the courts, the New York State court system. And this motion actually came from the work that grant produced. At a lot of our grants end, we ask them to come up with suggestions for future work and see in the field. So as part of that grant, the New York State courts, they spoke to a number of CCOs. They ran surveys and did focus groups. I think they spoke to 6 of the 7 CCOs. And in 100% of people either agreed or strongly agreed that a major part of their work is managing conflicts between clients and family members or other stakeholders, and that it's a major part of their job, and that they don't necessarily have the skills that they need to be managing those conflicts between their clients and their caretakers or family members or other related people who might disagree on what is the best course of action for them. So, and in talking to the CCOs and the care managers in those organizations, they said that if costs weren't an issue, that 100% of them said that if costs were not a barrier, they would be interested in some conflict competency training. So that is what this motion is in reference to. So this motion would be to develop training for care managers to better serve individuals with disabilities, and especially in managing conflict between those individuals and other stakeholders who have opinions on what is the best support or care for them. The New York State courts would be developing these training sessions and teaching them. The skills that would be involved would be active listening, framing issues, responding to emotions, creating new options, bridging disagreements, and then of course, de-escalation of conflict. And the grantee would also help create, they would design the training, they would do the recruitment and the implementation, and then of course they would evaluate it, as is the case with all our grants, to see hopefully that it was very effective, we hope. So I just want to clarify real quick, in committee level, there was a little bit of confusion that this is not a way to, it wouldn't change whether people could appeal decisions around support or things like that. That remains the same. It's not affected by this grant. This is really just the training for care managers to help them improve the skills that they need to do the work that they're already doing. I think that's, if anybody has questions, now's Naomi.
I just realized something. I've used the two in my region, which is around here. I've used 2 CCOs, right? And that's the only place you can get case management, from the CCOs. My question is, how do I say this? Will this be mandatory for every CCO case managers, or who's selecting them? Because to me, that's, if we don't address that, I think we got an issue, because and some CCOs give very good training, and I've tried out this CCO, this CCO, this CCO, and I know there's an amount of training between the different ones. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Some have little training, the case manager at all, some get a lot. So my point is, knowing just in this region, there's 3 of them and the training. So how are you going to decide which CCO, which case manager is going to get the training? Are we telling them, or somebody else telling them? I don't know how to say that.
Yeah, no, so courts has been in contact with the CCOs already. They've talked to 6 of the 7 are on board. I'm not sure which is the 7th is, but they've talked to care managers and also upper level management who want this. So there's already buy-in from at least 6 CCOs on getting this training spread throughout the New York State.
So wait a second. There's 7, right? I know.
Yep, there's 7.
Okay, 7 around New York State, but where do you get 6? I don't get that now.
The courts, who would be the grantee that this funding would go to, has been in discussion with the CCOs already. They've been talking to them since back when we had a previous grant with the courts, when they started engaging CCOs at that time. So they've been in conversation with CCOs. So the courts has already spoken with 6 of the 7 who are on board. I'm not sure which CCO is the 7th that they still haven't gotten official confirmation from, but that's not to say that they can't work with them or they won't, but they know for sure that they have 6 on board.
So we got 6, is that what you're saying, on board?
And the possibility of the 7th.
Okay,
also.
now, how are you gonna figure out who's gonna get the training and who's not, of the CCOs? I don't know if that makes sense.
Kim's.
Yep, I'll jump in here, Naomi. So to answer your question, this is not and would not be a required training. So what we and the courts are trying to do is to test this model out and to see if we can train care managers with the conflict management skills. They're already seeing and experiencing the conflict, but they don't have the formal training to actually most effectively manage that conflict. So through this grant, that's what we're testing. That's what we're piloting. So once this grant is implemented and it's evaluated, then if it's effective, if it works, we can bring that either to the CCOs or potentially have a conversation with OPWDD, who, and Jess, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that you all define at least some of the training that the CCOs are required. So we can bring the relevant stakeholders together to then ideally have it become a required component of a care manager's training. But this is to test it, to make sure that it works and it's effective. And then we would take the next step of trying to get it as a required training.
Thank you very much. I got it now.
Deb?
So I have a question. Thank you for explaining this a little bit better. Can you explain the basis for this? Like what kind of information or data were you gathering that made this necessary? Like what areas of what deficit areas in the conflict management procedures are you seeing? Like what is reported? I know that you have the kind of information that you gather, but what was like the most common issue that you were seeing that would make you want to propose this?
So from the data that the New York courts surveys showed us, was where care managers reported 100% of them were managing conflicts between clients and family members, like a common on a day-to-day basis, they would say. But 91% of all care managers said that they didn't have training in conflict resolution and that they would like more conflict resolution training because they didn't necessarily feel like they'd been taught how to handle the conflicts that would come up in their day-to-day work.
But you don't have data on what the conflicts, the general conflicts are. I understand what you're saying, that they don't feel competent in the conflict resolution. Most of us are, unless you have formal training or experience, you know, conflict resolution is part of the work life, right? Was there something specific that was a commonality that was the dispute that needed them to go to CCO?
So I'll just jump in, Kay. So Deb, so we didn't do the needs assessment. The needs assessment was done by the courts who implemented, as Kay said, a grant that we had with them that ended a year and change back. So so we would have to go back to our courts contact to understand if people, I didn't see the nature of the survey, so I don't know if there was, or the needs assessment. So I don't know if there was an opportunity for people to kind of expound on what specific conflicts they were facing, but like, you know, a specific kind of case example of the types of conflicts. But we know based on the data that they relayed to us from their needs assessment that care managers are experiencing the conflict between the person and, you know, the other entities in their circle of support, as far as, you know, things even like what programs to pursue or various different life choices. And we kind of see this in the larger realm of supported decision making. And so the need was very clearly identified in the data that care managers not only didn't have the conflict skills, but wanted the conflict skills training so that they could better handle some of these situations. But as far as specific examples, we would have to get in contact with the courts folks who did the actual needs assessment.
Yeah, and just to add to what Kim said, like, as Kim said, we didn't do the needs assessment ourselves, so we don't have necessarily the specific data in front of us. But anecdotally, just one example that I've heard is, for example, an individual wants to live independently, but their family feels like maybe that won't be safe for them, and there's a disagreement over where they should live.
And I totally understand that. I'm just going to suggest that it would be difficult to create a training without having very, very specific data so that you can have a broad range of conflict issues that need to be resolved. So I understand. Like I said, conflict resolution is a general, everyone needs to learn that. But I think that for the grant purposes, I think we should have very specific information so that the training ends up being very related to the common issues. But I'm sure at some point that'll be discussed.
Yeah, absolutely. The grantee that this funding motion is going towards, the Unified Court System, is the same entity that did the needs assessment. So they would have specific examples from having spoken to CCO care managers in both focus groups and in surveys. So I don't have that data in front of me, but they would.
Great. No, it'd be interesting to hear what that is.
I have a question. How would they improve a person-centered outcomes if they are new to the field and they don't know much about services for people with disabilities?
Okay, so I'm just making sure I heard your question is, how would the care managers focus on person-centered if they're new to the field? So that obviously is a very important part of all care, and would hopefully be in their training coming into the job, but also this would emphasize, the importance of the individual and their desires and their person-centeredness would be an important component of understanding all the sides of the conflict.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here again too. So that's a great question, Katrina. And the entire kind of spirit of the community dispute resolution centers is to make sure that individual voice is heard, is brought to the table and heard, and that and then specifically in the case of people with developmental disabilities, that is the kind of preeminent voice, the sort of central voice. So through the first round of our grant funding with the community dispute resolution centers, the courts built the CDRC capacity to serve people with developmental disabilities. So person-centeredness is a part of the philosophy, and that's woven into how the training is implemented. So the focus really is to elevate the voice of the person who is at the center of, and should be at the center of, the decision-making for their own life.
Melinda?
Hi, I'm wondering if there's been any conversation with the New York State Dispute Resolution Association. They have a lot of trainings on their website, and they get involved, a lot of the time should there be requests for dispute resolution. We just met with them recently to talk about, the potential collaboration with assistive technology and denial, which I know isn't necessarily the same type of thing as, conflict with something like person-centered planning, but because they already have what looks like some resources, I'm wondering if there's any chance that there could be duplication with this type of training.
So the Dispute Resolution Association is the membership organization for the CDRCs. So the court system works very closely with NYSDRA because they are the membership organization. So there's not duplication because they're working in concert.
Okay, thank you.
Vincent?
Kristen, you and I had spoken at length regarding this, and I appreciate the answers regarding this. The only question I have follow-up is the money that's being requested here. Do they feel that would be sufficient to do this?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, sorry. Did you want to go?
I was just simply going to say that this is intended to be a pilot. So this is not intended to cover necessarily all care managers and all OPWDD regional staff. Certainly, though, this would be available. And I know this is one of your considerations too, Vincent. It would be available to OPWDD regional staff in all 5 regions. I know your region, I think, where you're from is Region 4, but certainly we would want OPWDD in considering who would be trained from their regional office staff. We would encourage OPWDD to make sure that individuals from all of the 5 OPWDD regions throughout the state, north to south and east to west, would have the opportunity to avail themselves. This may not be enough to train everyone. That's really not the intent of this. The intent of this is to be a pilot.
Yeah, I meant,
And then-
okay, sorry, I meant to say is to do the pilot.
Yes, I think because this is, for 3 years, the nice thing about it being for a couple of years too, is if there are some tweaks to the training that need to happen after the first year's experience, then that gives the Community Dispute Resolution Center the opportunity to tweak, to supplement, to beef up the training, if you will, if they need to, based on the feedback from the first group of people who are trained as they move through year 2 and year 3. Absolutely. So thanks for the question, Vincent.
Josh Christiana?
Thank you. So I actually just have a question for our OPWDD representative on the council about this. So I believe I understand that the strategic plan for OPWDD does have in it some funds that are being allocated to do continuous quality improvement evaluation of the CCOs. And I'm just wondering where this may align with that, if there's been any thought of that or the data that comes out of this, how that could inform your plan.
Thanks, Josh.
We do. So we have an evaluation that's already started on our CCO program, or model, I should say, for the state of New York, which is a pretty extensive evaluation that's happening right now and for the coming year and a half. I think it'd be helpful for us to touch base further on the project outside of the meeting, to kind of think about how we can make sure that they're dovetailing the evaluation and the work that's being proposed here. So we're, in alignment on that.
Yeah, that would be great. I was raising this question just because I can see some potential overlap here. And maybe one can inform the other.
Yep, appreciate that. I agree. I think it would also be helpful if you guys are able to share that needs assessment that's been discussed, because I think we could share that with our evaluator. Apologies if somebody else on the team has seen it, but if you could also share it with me, I think that would be informative.
Thank you. Other questions or concerns for Kay? Deidre?
I have just a quick question. Thank you. So I understand that we don't have the needs assessment, which I think would help to give some idea as to the kind of metrics that could be used to determine if this is successful or not. I think one of the concerns that came up for me in reading over the material is 91% of care managers say they don't have the training. I would hope that after receiving the training, sure, they'll say 100%, but how do we determine that the training has actually been effective? So what kind of metric system would be used to determine success?
All of our grants have an evaluation component, which it's developed a little bit as the project goes on to some degree, but they would come up with indicators at the front end of the project. So probably there would be I'm just guessing, but there'd probably be pre and post testing for people who take the pilot training. So they would take maybe a test before the training and then after the training to see if they've improved. And there would be surveys asking what was effective, what was not effective, maybe following up even 6 to 12 months after. But again, this obviously hasn't been in development because we haven't approved it yet, but those are the type of things that are typical on our grants.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? Now we'll bring this to a vote. Yes, Jessica.
Sorry, I should have added before.
Sorry.
I think it'd be helpful for us to connect too. So, because you mentioned that there's been interest shown from 6 of the 7. So the CCO program, obviously we're heavily involved, right, in that program. So if we can connect offline, we might be able to support with the 7th if there's interest in it. Obviously, as mentioned, it can't be a mandatory training that we're putting on care managers. And there's a lot of other activities that the CCOs and care managers are currently involved in. So I think it'd be helpful for us to kind of connect a bit more on this project, with OPWDD and CDD, including being able to potentially support more of it to be, effective in that way.
Yeah, that sounds great. I made a note to email you, so I'll be in touch.
All right, any other questions or concerns? Jen? Over to you.
All right, thank you, Dave. So thank you everyone for participating in the discussion. I will request a motion that someone would motion to go ahead and make a vote.
Hi, this is Josh Christian. I'll make the motion.
Thank you. And is there someone who will second the motion?
I see. Is it Jamie second motion? Thank you, Jamie.
Wonderful. I guess we are ready to start voting. So all in favor of the motion, please let us know.
Thank you, Jen.
Sure. And is there anyone opposed?
No, they're not, Jen.
Oh, okay. Any abstain who are going to abstain?
We have one abstention, Jessica. Thank you.
So am I right in saying that the motion passes?
Yes, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving right along. We have a second motion. And this one is for the Support Aid Pilot Program. And Xavier, would you be so kind as to read the motion for us?
To fund to CP Unlimited $200,000 dollars a year for 3 years, 600 thousand the dollars total. The grantee will use funds to pilot a support a program.
Thank you, Xavier. Does anyone need to recuse from this motion?
Deidre Moore.
We do have one recusal. Is there anyone else besides Deidre, at least remotely or in person? Okay, we're gonna send Deidre off and we will pull you back after the vote, Deidre. Thank you.
And it looks like we have Jackie, would you be so kind as to explain the motion?
Yes, thanks so much, Jen. So as a little bit of background, we know that, currently the state and actually the country is facing a staffing crisis, and that many people find it difficult to find staff. And this has been an ongoing issue and certainly exacerbated by COVID. We also know that people with developmental disabilities experience high rates of unemployment. So really the idea behind this support aid pilot was to kind of get at those two issues and challenges through piloting with CP Unlimited this role of a support aid pilot. So hiring people with disabilities to work as support aid pilots, which would be similar to a direct support professional role, but something that would be kind of like a precursor to that, so that the person, would go through a training and they would need certain credentials, but could, I think more easily get into that position more quickly. And so really what this is proposing is a 3-year pilot in collaboration with CP Unlimited. They would be the lead. And there would be 12 pilot participants. They would hire a program manager to supervise the pilot participants. They develop a training so that someone could be trained to be in that role of support aid pilot or support aid and work in that role. And then as Kay mentioned, for all our grants, we do an evaluation. So this grant would be evaluated as well. And really the thought with that would be that hopefully we could show some success with the pilot and also share that on a statewide level with other provider agencies and organizations so that they could have similar job opportunities for people with developmental disabilities at their agencies. CP Unlimited has been in conversation with some other agencies who are interested, so that if CP Unlimited trains someone as a support aid, they wouldn't have to stay at CP Unlimited. They could go to other agencies and work in other places. And I know also in terms of kind of the path of this motion through our council. So it went to the Community and Systems Change Committee last April. And basically committee members had a lot of input, really valuable input and feedback. So we wanted time to incorporate that. So some of the concerns that had come up in that April meeting was wanting to see more pilot participants. So initially, I think there was only 5 or 6 that were included in the original motion. So they've increased that number. They wanted to make sure that CP Unlimited was connected to other state agencies like OPWDD, Access VR, the Justice Center, and in conversation just to think through, making sure that it would be successfully implemented. So one of the exciting things that's kind of happened between last April and now is that Access VR actually got a 5-year federal grant to work on, I think it's called Switchy or Swishy. And we had Joe Tedesco from Access VR come and present at our last Community and Systems Change Committee meeting to talk about this program, which is really about addressing sub-minimum wage and trying to reduce pathways to sub-minimum wage and increase competitive employment. And as part of that, they're also working with some stakeholders that I think are going to increase, again, employment opportunities for people with developmental disabilities. So CP Unlimited has been added to that work group so that they can be part of, those efforts and in connections with state agencies to make sure that there aren't any kind of barriers that come up related to, employing people with disabilities and oversight and things like that. So they've, that has come about since April. The other thing that members raised was really wanting to make sure that anyone who was involved in the support aid pilot would be connected to resources and information to know that how they can continue to work and maintain benefits. So, we expanded kind of the list of resources that are listed here, but I know, if this were to be passed and get into that contract phase, we'd really want to get very specific and we could build that into the contract at that stage. So thinking about, I know members mentioned resources at independent living centers, at the Department of Labor, at Cornell, but also emphasize that it would be really important for there to be a staff person at CP Unlimited that was knowledgeable in that area and could help connect people with resources and advise them. The other thing, that members had raised, or one of the other issues, was making sure that that training for the support aid pilot could be adapted to the person so that it wasn't just like a set, you have a week to or a couple months to get trained, but that it really was adaptable and based on the person. So we built that into this funding motion as well. And I want to see if there was anything else that so really, I think the main goals of this pilot would be to have this new role that I think would also help with the, some of the staffing shortages that agencies are experiencing, but also that would be a pathway for people with disabilities to work in the field. And I think it's just, there's other fields where we've seen that people with lived experience are really great in working and can be a really great asset in working in the field because they understand the needs of people with developmental disabilities since they experience it themselves. And so, this could be really something that in the spirit of that as well. So I will open it up to any questions or comments.
Marilee?
Thank you for all the information. There were quite a few questions about this grant project, and I was just curious so I know when it was designed initially, it was designed for a certain number of hours a week that people, upon being trained, would work. And there was no flexibility for people to have choice in the number of hours that they work. Can you tell us how that's, or if that's changed?
Yeah, that would be more flexible and based on the person. So we can build that, we've talk with CP Unlimited, they're open to that. And then like, if this were to be passed in the contracting phase, we can also make sure that that's specified in the work plan as well. But yeah, that shouldn't be a problem to incorporate.
Naomi?
I got everything you said in before and I've written to, but this is something new that you just said to me. So I'm very concerned. Not what we've talked about before, not the last meeting, but you said the people that presented, right? At the last meeting, are you saying they want to be directly involved in this program? And there's a major concern why I'm bringing it up right now.
So they wouldn't, basically that work group that I mentioned, so that's a, a separate federal grant that Access VR is getting. And then there's representation from OPWDD, the Justice Center, Access VR. And really one of the things that they wouldn't be like directly involved in the implementation of the project, but we want to make sure that CP Unlimited is making, our state partners aware of the pilot and its success, that it's kind of working hand in hand in a collaborative way with those agencies. Because ideally it'd be great if that were a more common position like the support aid. And we would need, I'm sure, some buy-in from OPWDD or other state agencies or other providers to make that more of a standard role. So really that's the reason for the involvement with the work group is really, yeah.
I have concerns moving forward because I brought it up right after they left, right? I think, and they were gone, that they want to do sub minimum wage. And somebody said at the meeting, well, you don't support sub minimum wage. So that's why it's in my brain when they said sub minimum wage and you said you didn't support it. Down, do you see where I'm going in my head? I don't know how to say this properly.
Yeah, I do. So thank you,
Okay.
thank you, Naomi.
That's
People
what
work,
worries me.
yeah, people working would be paid a competitive wage. They would not be paid sub minimum wage.
But
And
you see what I'm concerned, because they brought it to their attention. They were looking for sub minimum wage. So those people, the presenters, so that's what got me concerned when you said they're going to be involved. And I didn't think you guys supported sub minimum wage. So that's
Yes.
what's throwing me for a loop.
yeah, sorry. I think I was confused. I was a little convoluted in my wording. So we do not support sub minimum wage. We cannot support programs that pay people with disabilities a sub minimum wage. This grant would not, if people were hired, they would be paid the competitive wage that people are paid and would certainly be the minimum wage. And I will say too, that Access VR grant, I know they're looking to find people who are working in sub minimum wage because they want to help encourage them to competitive employment to end sub minimum wage. So, and I know, yeah, I know someone from Access VR is here too, so I don't know if you want to share more.
Yes, and I can understand the confusion, Naomi. So Access VR, as designated by the United States Department of Labor, has to do a career counseling information and referral session for every individual in sub minimum wage and anybody looking to go into sub minimum wage. And those are often through 14C holders that contract with various entities throughout the state. So by purview of Access VR having those contacts, we can target those individuals, and rather than send them down the path of going into sub minimum wage, send them to a path of competitive integrated employment where they're making above minimum wage in their communities like their peers. So that's the intent of the Access VR side of it. So that's where the collaboration comes into play so that we can kind of share participants and ensure that those individuals are not being led down a path towards some minimum wage, diverting them through this program.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you, Naomi, because I think others might have been confused on that too. So I'm really glad that you raised the question so that we could be very clear.
Okay, we have a question in the chat too, Melendez. I'm gonna read that. You want her to say?
Sure, I can read it. The Justice Center was mentioned as being involved. How exactly is it involved with this grant?
So they are on that work group and they're in the Access VR Switchy Federal Grant Work Group. And I know, basically CP Unlimited wanted to be in discussion with the Justice Center, just kind of, thinking about like this role, and we know that it would be under the purview of the Justice Center, but wanting to see if there's some way that we can also just make them aware of the participants and have an open, collaborative relationship with the Justice Center. Because really, they want to ward off like a bad situation if someone were to, if there were to be like an abuse or neglect or something got flagged to the Justice Center, that there would be a pathway to conversation, to handle it kind of that way. That's really been the role so far.
Okay, Deb, online.
Thank you for all this detail. I know that we've discussed this many times and brings up a lot of questions. My question is the criteria for being part of this. Is it exclusively those who are getting sub-minimum wage right now for the pilot, or is it anybody? Because I think my concern is if they're employable with support, why do they have to go through this pathway if there are other pathways available to them?
Yeah, so it's not just people in currently in sub minimum wage. It would be their thought is to advertise this, this job opportunity really with people who they are connected with at CP Unlimited. They also, which was actually Naomi's suggestion, also wanted to reach out to, and they thought it was a good idea to advertise this opportunity to people receiving self-direction so that it could be wider. So I think they want to advertise the position more broadly to people with disabilities who might be interested in working in the field and have already kind of expressed an interest in working in the field.
So you would have to have you would have to have a disability and you have to be receiving services through OPWDD to qualify? I'm just trying to get the minimum qualifications.
Yeah, I think they have some ideas about who the initial, 12 would be. And right now, I think it's people that they know of through that are receiving services at CP Unlimited that they know of. So who have a disability, are receiving OPWDD services, and basically have expressed an interest to them in wanting to work in a role at the agency, but that they want to advertise it more widely. So there wouldn't be, it would be to people with developmental disabilities and to people that they're connected with, and then advertised also to people receiving self-direction in their network.
Okay, Josh Phelps online.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know we discussed this kind of at length in committee and they've addressed some of the concerns, but I think that when they presented it initially, there was some sort of, or at least it appeared there was a presumption that the people they had in mind couldn't be direct support professionals or were somewhat less than. And I just want to make sure that we're not operating under that assumption that, that everyone needs some sort of custom training or couldn't do the job of DSP as is. We employ a number of people, both who we serve in self-direction or served by other agencies, but have full-time direct support or other positions. So I just want to make sure that we're not limiting people in any way by creating a sub role, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Josh. And one of the reasons why we also wanted to connect with that Access VR Switchy project is as part of their grant, they're contracting with this Washington, D.C. provider that created a DSP Academy for people with developmental disabilities. And so we're thinking if CP Unlimited is kind of in touch with, that work group and with that initiative, that, we can also help facilitate connections to people in the pilot who may, want to do the DSP Academy for people with developmental disabilities. We see like some natural connections there, but I think that's a good point, and we can make sure, I think, yeah, the way that they're thinking of it is someone who where they are at currently cannot work in the DSP role, but maybe over time with training and skills and could move up the, move into that role. But that there would, this would really be kind of like that first step and a preliminary role or a stepping stone to that if people wanted to move up to a direct support professional. But this would be kind of like a precursor step.
Other comments for Jackie? Not seeing anything. Jen, shall we go ahead and make the motion? Call the vote.
Yes, we can go ahead and call the vote. Is there someone who will make a motion?
Xavier on the motion.
And is there someone who will second?
Peter on the second.
Wonderful. All those in favor, let us know. Raise your hand, type something in the chat.
Okay, we're good, Jen.
Very good. And is there anyone opposed?
Not seeing any.
Okay. And is there anyone abstaining?
We have one abstention. Jessica.
Okay. I think then the motion passes.
Yes, it does. Let me pull our recusal member back.
Okay, perfect. And then I'm right that we're moving to motion 4? And
Yes, Jen, I'm sorry. Let me
yes.
help out a little bit. We're going to
Okay.
table motion number 3 for a variety of reasons, and we're going to go right into table 4, after which we'll have our lunch. Okay. Jen, sorry, go ahead, please.
No, that's okay. And Jen Goldman, would you read the motion for us?
Sure. To fund up to $20,000 to host an in-person advocacy learning opportunity for self-advocates, family members, and caregivers across the state, taking place in Albany, New York in September 2024. Would you like me to start with the explanation then? Okay.
Okay, does anyone, there's
Sorry,
no recusal, right?
Oh,
I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
see any.
No.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Jen, sorry.
Okay, thanks, Jen. Two Jens. So as you may recall, this would be our second Advocacy Institute. We held our first Advocacy Institute last September at the Holiday Inn Express in Albany, in great partnership with the ARC New York and also the New York Alliance. So we'd like to offer a similar event again. It was a great success. The target audience again would be people with developmental disabilities, family members, and caregivers who are new to advocacy and want to learn more. We heard feedback from our policy work group that they found that a lot of advocacy trainings were geared more towards participants that had some knowledge of advocacy and some connections already. So we wanted to design an event that would target those people that were new and wanted to gain confidence and just the basic level advocacy skills. So this amount of funding would fund approximately 30 people to attend. We really wanted to design the event so that it was a smaller number of people. So the experience would be more immersive, and also there would be one-on-one feedback for the participants in the room. Again, we would have an application process online, and then also have print out applications available upon request. Last year, we had over 150 applicants for our first annual event, which I thought was great. So we would have a selection process based on two main qualifications: that the person had less than 2 years of advocacy experience, and then we would also make selections based on geographic representation, because it's very important to the planning subcommittee as well as the work group that we had geographic representation from across the state. As far as just a general idea of what the event would be, obviously we'll do some tweaking based on feedback from our policy work group members as well as our surveys. But the general flow of the day would be a motivational speaker in the morning, followed by a panel, perhaps a lunchtime speaker, and then an in-depth advocacy training for our participants. Last year, we invited Serena Lowe to the event to do advocacy baseball training, which was very well received. So we're hoping to do that again, using the analogy of a baseball diamond field. I'm not a baseball person, so if I'm not saying the right thing, if you'd ask me about lacrosse, I would know because I have lacrosse players. But so you're starting at first base and then building up your at each base, so then you can finally make your pitch and hit a home run to decision makers. And then after the training, and we did this last year and it was well received by the participants, we'd like to invite a legislator or another decision maker to the event to hear the practice pitches that the participants made in their tables. Last year, Assemblymember Santa Barbara came and he interacted one-on-one with the participants and heard some pitches, and the participants got their picture taken with him. So I think that was really well received. We also did pre and post surveys from the participants. More than half of the participants responded to the survey, which is pretty high return as far as survey goes. We received excellent feedback, excellent satisfaction, and also the majority of the goals we had set out for the event had been achieved according to the participants. So this $20,000, up to $20,000 would cover the speaker fees and trainer fees, also the event space, and then travel and hotel for the participants, because we didn't want, there was no cost to our participants. We didn't want to make travel costs or hotel arrangements a barrier to any participants. So we were committed to covering that again. And then if the motion passes, we'll go back to our planning subcommittee again to discuss how things went, to see if we need to tweak the agenda for the day again, and also the Arc of New York as well as the Alliance have expressed interest in partnering with us again for the event. Last year, they graciously offered to sponsor the meals, the breakfast and the lunch for the event. So they're interested in participating in some way again. So I'll open it up for questions.
Real?
Is there language in the sort of the grant that requires the organization to involve a certain percentage of self-advocates as presenters and as the teachers of self-advocacy skills for the participants?
There is not. Last year we did not have, and let me back up. We had panelists that were self-advocates and family members, but the motivational speaker and the trainer were not self-advocates or parents.
Colleen?
How is this advertised or promoted, and how are you ensuring that you're getting like diversity from a geographical standpoint, cultural diversity, language diversity, all that kind of stuff?
Yes, so we advertised it through our social media, through our social media presence as well as our newsletters. We shared with partner organizations. I know the ARC as well as the Alliance shared it heavily throughout their channels of communication. We shared it with parent advocacy work groups and self-advocacy work groups. We did some targeted recruitment out in the western part of the state because we didn't have a whole lot of applicants from there. And then your other part of your question, part of the application, we asked them for their location as well as race and ethnicity so that we could really have as wide a representation as possible.
I'm just thinking that if you're trying to get people who don't have any experience with advocacy, they may not be tuned into those channels where you're promoting it. Like
Mhm.
they may not already be affiliated with an organization. And it seems like you're trying to reach those people that have the least amount of exposure and experience, and the channel, not that you're not trying and not that that isn't a good broad way of reaching people, but I'm just thinking, especially in certain groups, like immigrant groups and people whose first language isn't English, it's harder to reach those groups in the channels you're using. So maybe just giving some thought to that when you're
You
promoting.
can also reach out to our the Office of New Americans, with whom we have a very close ongoing working relationship, and ask them to promote it for us. And I do know that some of the CDDs, then DDPCs, now CDDs, caucus members also promoted it in their circles. And certainly we have some representatives on our caucus who do a really great job at reaching out in communities that tend to be less well-served than others. So thanks to our caucus members for promoting these opportunities too.
Just to follow up on that, we did have a participant that needed a translator, so we did have a translator in person there with her as well to make it as accessible as possible. Did I see a hand over?
Deb online was next.
Oh, okay.
Hi, thank you so much. Just a quick question. So my assumption, and that's why I'm asking, is that the next group of 30 would be all new to this training. Is there any focus on developing the skills of the previous attendees?
That is something we have discussed, doing follow-up events and reaching out to previous cohorts. That is not part of this funding motion, but I know that is definitely something we'd like to do and figure out a way to do that.
So these would be all new participants. So part of the criteria would be that you have never attended.
Correct. We have talked about bringing back previous participants as table mentors, just as an idea of how to, to keep them involved. But as far as the details of that, I don't have that at this time.
Right,
And
because I
Naomi?
think also that's a way to gather more people to participate, is once they've participated, they're now in a group of potentially other people that may not know about this. Another way to bring in more people to be aware of the training. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Naomi and then Katrina.
Let me see. One of the things that worries me, I understand the grant precisely, okay? No problem with that. But it's who you're advertising. None of the friends I have now, I'm saying in the last 7 years of my life, are connected with any of these organizations. And that concerns me a lot. Let me be honest with you.
Okay.
Every friend of mine from down the street, and I mean literally down the street from me, in my neighborhood, and then in my town, which is a very small town, are not connected. But this is how they're connected, like me, self-direction. And that is scaring the balonies out of me. I don't know the right word, but they don't get any notice from self-advocacy, okay? Because if they're not connected, they're not hearing it that way. And this is a huge concern when I'm telling you, within Half Moon, which is not a big town, I can tell you there's over 300 people. And you go, here's my complex, okay? You go straight across the street, there's 250 people, and they're not connected with nothing except self-direction. So it worries me that, that if somebody's not connected with ARC, and like I'm not connected with self-advocacy, not connected with the Center for Disability Services, I get FI services out of my region completely in Cortland, New York. That's what, does that make sense what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and
You're not missing, you're missing a complete population that could truly benefit, but you're missing, so like even my FI is not region, she out of the capital region. So anybody that gets self-direction, I say, is not gonna know about you. I don't know how to say this.
No, I think that's a great point, and I think we can always improve on the amount of people that we reach and people that we're missing. I think we would certainly want to do that, and
Like the brokers, they don't know.
yeah,
Everybody's got a broker now, right?
I think it would be great. That's a great idea to
Or
share with the.
everybody's got an FI, but some FIs, many, are halfway around the state of New York, and they're not even in this, in this, in where they're getting service to people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think that we would definitely want to advertise that's a great suggestion. I think we should add them to our distribution list for sure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Katrina?
I think I made this recommendation at the executive meeting that I think that it would be good to have like council members as speakers as well.
I think that's a great idea.
Josh Phelps online.
Just really quickly, actually more just offering help. If you're trying to hit the FIs and brokers, I mean, that's our realm. So we could certainly connect you with some of the FI provider associations, as well as the 250 plus brokers we work with, etc. So we could definitely help out with that.
Thanks, Josh. That would be great.
Other discussion? If not, Jen, I think we can call a vote.
Very well. We're ready to move to a vote. All those in favor, let us know. Raise your hand, type something in the chat.
Do we have to raise a motion first?
Marilyn?
Oh, I'm sorry. I moved ahead. Okay, so we need a motion to vote. Is there someone who will request the motion?
Vincent?
And is there someone who will second?
Sean?
Thank you. Now we can call the vote. So, all in favor, let us know, raise your hands, put something in the chat.
Good, Jen.
And is there anyone who opposes the motion?
Seeing none?
And is there anyone who is abstaining?
We have Josh Christiana on the abstention.
Very well. It sounds like the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. And our lunch is waiting for us. Let me give you a revised schedule for those of you who like to plan carefully. 12:30 to 1:15 will be our lunch time. So yes, it is shortened, and please try to be back on time. 1:15 to 1:30, we'll do a video screening, and 1:30 to 2:15 will be the Regional Housing Collaborative. Have a great lunch.
And lunch is just outside the doors, just to the right, and back.
Where you live is essentially should be up to you. I mean, because you're the one that has to live there day after day. So you should be able to pick where you want to live, who you want to live with, if that's what you choose to do, and what you want to do in your community.
Everyone should have a roof over their head and somewhere to sleep at night. And I think the main problem with housing, especially housing for people with disabilities, is the demand outweighs the supply.
20 years ago, the options were typically people are going to move into a group home. What kind of group home would you like to move into is more of the question, and what agency. There wasn't a lot of choice.
Our mission as the New York Council is really to enhance the lives of people with developmental disabilities and their families in New York State. One of the reasons why the council wanted to highlight this story, first because we want to share widely the excellent impacts of this grant and this grant project, but I think also because the Long Island story of how they were able to pull policymakers together to really create affordable, inclusive housing for people with developmental disabilities, that story should be shared to other regions in New York State to see it can be done.
We need options, and we need people to be in the right places. So people want their independence. They want what you and I may have, the ability to live where they'd like in a community they know.
In New York, every region looks different when it comes to housing options, and there really needs to be a regional presence of a role like a master housing navigator.
We're very fortunate on Long Island to have a master housing navigator named Trish Calandra, who works through a grant with the New York Alliance and the Developmental Disabilities Planning Council to make the connections between agencies like East End and developers. So she's been the conduit, and that grant has been the conduit to bring people together to the table to meet.
Some of the work that I've done is to reach out to the developers as well as the agencies to bring everybody together. And the county has been instrumental in making sure that it's very successful.
At our core, we believe that every person matters, that diversity is our strength, and therefore we have an obligation in our county as a community, all of us do, to do whatever we can to ensure that people are able to reach their full potential.
I think as a developer, without regional housing collaboratives, we wouldn't be here, right? Because you have to be able to talk to people in the know, talk to people that understand. As a developer, I don't fully understand every population that we serve, but we work with experts in that space. So being able to meet the other non-for-profits in the space, being able to connect with Suffolk County, understand their program. In this particular case, it was the Suffolk County Sewer Infrastructure Program, and it was the dollars there that implemented the 10 units of intellectual disabled housing here in this building.
Suffolk County has a tremendous need for infrastructure, specifically wastewater infrastructure. So any multifamily housing that's created needs to either be connected to a wastewater treatment plant or build a on-site sewage treatment plant.
When we think about how we incentivize inclusive housing, for us, it comes back to infrastructure funding, because we know what a burden, what a hurdle that is for development, and it's a way for us to put forward investments in infrastructure that are necessary. In this case, as we develop inclusive housing, we're investing in wastewater infrastructure.
Housing does organically develop. However, in Suffolk County, we have very intentionally created the movement for inclusive housing. And what we saw is that there was a lot of silos. So we worked to bring worlds together and make sure that there was a common language and a purpose through accessing the county's funding to promote inclusive housing.
Affordable housing and supportive housing, like I said, takes all levels of government to come together, and Long Island's a really tough place to develop anything. Affordable housing adds another layer, and you've got financing, lucky enough here, right, that was brought together from the county, from the state, federal sources. And as you integrate and you layer in these sources of fundings, the things that can be done to streamline them will help projects come to fruition and help serve more families in need of the housing.
Those investments in infrastructure are allowing us to create this critically needed housing for our region. And so the infrastructure investment is really important in that equation.
This particular property, Riverview Lofts, was something that had come together during one of my visits to the aquarium here with my 2 daughters and my wife. There was a dinosaur museum here, and that dinosaur museum was shut down after Superstorm Sandy and the damage that had been done. And we quickly had called the owner of the building, put it under contract, and then we envisioned this 5-story, 116-unit development.
So Dave had approached us, and we were really open to the idea. We talked, we saw the value in this. We had people. We had people who were looking for either their first opportunity out into the community on their own, or they were dissatisfied or living in conditions that were not acceptable.
The opportunity just presented itself in 2020. By any way, they called up my parents' house, and the place was being built. This place was being built, and they had they actually offered, because they had some East End Disabilities, actually was actually find a way to get housing for people with autism like myself. I actually like living here. I mean, I live in the middle of the town of Riverhead. I actually like the fact that I have the river right here. I live all by myself. I pay my own bills.
It's nice to be around or in a complex like Riverview Lofts that has a variety of people. We have young people, older people, people with disabilities, people without. So it's a nice mix of people.
You can go outside, you can look outside the windows see the water. You can see the ducks, people around there having picnics, seeing people riding their bikes, exercising, getting a lot to know people around the whole area. It changed me a lot. It made me a better person and learned how to be more responsible for myself. Is taking care of everything that I need supposed to be done. My place is awesome.
They can relax in the luxury life. So they can go here, they sleep, they go, I got the good life. It's pretty good. I recommend it.
There's been a number of really positive outcomes of this project. So I think the first one really is that people with developmental disabilities, with the help and support of housing navigators, have moved from certified settings into more independent community-based living options like an apartment or with a roommate. And really they've driven that process. That's a really important part of housing navigation, is that the person with the disability is driving that process, and it's their wants and their desires that really is determining where they live.
Looking at this project, it reminds me of a lot of constituents that we speak to about what their needs, their fears, their concerns are. And when they speak about their children with developmental or intellectual disabilities, their biggest fears are, what will happen to my child when I'm no longer around, and how will they be able to live their life independently and be able to assimilate without someone being there for them, say the parent.
By doing developments like this and including inclusive housing in those developments like Riverhead Lofts, we're making real progress on that issue. There's so much more to be done, but I think we're creating something of a model here of a way that we can make significant progress on this issue.
If I were to speak to other developers, I would tell them about the success of this building and how it's worked and how all of the units have integrated really, really nicely. And I think that for the people living here, it's been a success. I think for the community, it's been a success. And I would say try it. And call us and come visit our building, come meet with the residents. that are living here and talk to Suffolk County and understand how it's been implemented and what has worked.
A lot of times when you hear conversations about creating affordable housing, you hear a lot about the limitations, what can't be done, how difficult it is. But Long Island and this, grant is really a shining example of with, pulling the right people together, you can make this happen in your region. And it really should be expanded. This idea, this model of how they were able to do it could be spread to other parts of New York State.
It's increased my independence because where I used to live was nothing like this complex. It's closer to downtown. It's a lot more accessible than where I used to live. And it's really close to everything because you just have downtown right down the road and they pretty much have everything I need.
Made me feel happy. It's making me feel like I'm finally where I should be.
I live all by myself now, away from my parents' house. I'm paying my own bills. I'm living in my own place, keeping this place, my apartment nice and clean and stuff. Cooking for myself.
I feel great. I do.
Jen, I think we're ready for introductions of our presenters and they've moved up to the front. Hopefully everyone participating remotely can see our presenters taking the podium.
Yes. I would like to introduce Carol Napierski of the New York Alliance for Inclusion and Innovation and John Maltby of the New York Housing Resource Center. They're going to give a special presentation on regional housing collaboratives. Welcome.
Thank you, Jennifer. I wanted to start, that video really kind of brings home our work for the last 5 years. So I really do want to pause and say thank you to you. Thank you for funding this grant. We just finished it up in December of this past year. And probably around November or December, I had a conversation with Jackie and Drew from CDD and said, I'd love to have the opportunity of presenting our findings, our story, our journey. This was one part of it, the Long Island story. And there's a couple pieces in here that made the impact. First and foremost, a building was built. This beautiful building was set aside for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. But it's going to continue. Part of their grant work, and we'll certainly get into this, we also were able to pass, working with our regional housing collaboratives, which I'm certainly jumping ahead, but working together, we were able to pass legislation specifically for Long Island, Suffolk County, that says that any county funding for affordable housing, they have to have set-asides for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, in addition to veterans. Our goal is that every county has that piece in there. So certainly we've seen development, but we're going to see more. And it's because of the financial commitment and support of this council. So thank you so much for that. While you were on lunch, I did put some resources, which we'll certainly talk about as we go through the presentation. I'm Carol Napierski, and how John Maltby and I decided to work together for the last 5 years. John is the subject matter expert for housing. So he, on this grant, was the project director, and I was the project manager. If you want to go to the next slide. And I'm going to be pretty quick on this because these are the things that we're going to talk about that were included in the 5-year grant. And certainly you've heard the term master housing navigators, but we're going to start and we'll talk about what a housing navigator is and then what a master housing navigator is. What we found when we first started in 2019, we decided that New York State is extremely complex when it comes to housing. And it's so important that we had representation in each of the 5 OPWDD regions for technical assistance, guidance, and support with housing. So over our journey with the housing navigators, we were able to create master housing navigators for that technical support and assistance. And certainly we're going to get more into that as we move forward. We're going to talk about our housing pilot, working with people and helping them to move from mostly a certified setting to a non-certified setting. And then what we did was we spent some time talking about, first and foremost, the return on the investment for the person in their new home. And you'll have a report, and we'll certainly get more into that. And then also the fiscal return on the investment from moving from a certified home to a non-certified home. Going to spend a little bit of time talking about regional housing collaboratives. Again, everything is regional in New York, but bringing people together to make housing happen. And then certainly we're going to talk about all the resources that we've developed, all the education we've developed. And we also set aside a standalone website called the New York Housing Resource Center to host all those resources. We started our journey working together in Balancing Incentive Program grant in 2015 and did an extensive research on websites, and terrific resources are out there, but they're all scattered. And if you're a parent or if you're a person looking for a home and looking for resources, you want one go-to place. So we created the New York Housing Resource Center website, and we have at least 2,000 people on our constant contact listing, and we're constantly hosting educational opportunities. So how John and I are going to do this, again, John is a subject matter expert on a lot of this stuff. So I'm going to pivot to John for the next part of this.
Thanks, Carol. And I can only echo what Carol said in thanking you for your support over the last 5 years. It wouldn't have been possible at all without that. So what is housing navigation? So by show of hands, how many people have moved more than 5 times in the last 5 years? Nobody. So we don't know a lot about moving house. And when you talk to a typical frontline social worker, care manager, DSP, direct support professional, they're not necessarily going to be experts in how to make housing happen for the people that they support, because everybody's journey is their own journey, and we all have different experiences. And it varies across the state, as Carol says, you know. From Montauk to Buffalo, there's a lot of differences. And when you talk to people downstate and say, we're trying to make more housing, they say, well, you can't do it here. It's too expensive. The property's too expensive. You can't do it here. And you talk to people upstate and they say, well, you can't do it here because the property's real cheap, but we can't get anybody to do the work. So you have to help find out what are the particular things that you can do around the state. So our housing navigation training is focused on not just it's firmly rooted, first of all, in person-centeredness, but also what is the social capital of the person? What do they have by way of public and private resources? And how can they be applied? And how can we make sure that it's applied in an equitable way so that anybody can afford housing? And then we talk about how housing is created. So if you've ever tried to talk to a room full of social workers about low-income housing tax credits, you'll have my experience, which is that by about 10 minutes in, they're all asleep. But these things are important. If you're going to make housing happen, it isn't, let's just use the system we've got because it's not working. And we have to figure out how to bring in people that we normally, in our daily course of business, don't have a lot of contact with. So attorneys, financiers, real estate developers, county officials who do county planning. Sarah Lansdale, who was in the video, was in charge of sewer and water on Long Island. But by working with Sarah, we were able to get housing done. And that's, as you said, it's a very Suffolk County issue because the water table is about 1 inch below the surface, but every county has its own issue. So we've now trained over 400. I think we're up to about 420 people statewide. The only way to fund housing navigation currently is through self-direction or through private pay. And we are working hard to make that broader. It seems to be taking its time to happen because we've been working on this for the last 6 years. But that's housing navigation. Can you go to the next slide? And in terms of what are the benefits of housing navigation? So any of us who've been in an ISP meeting or an IEP meeting or any whatever P you can pick, it's not particularly person-centered. Everybody says, oh, we're going to be person-centered. John was in the room when we talked about him. It's person-centered. Our person-centeredness for housing planning takes months. It consists of starting out with the person, their advocates, their family members, their professional circle, understanding what is it that makes that person want to move? What do they currently think they want? Is this going to be what they think they want when they've gone through a process of deliberation and looking at alternatives? And that takes, we've got some folks, it's taken 1.5 years to get them housing. The first 6 months was just about working through the person-centered piece. And we worked through the benefits. So not just do you have SSI and SSDI and SNAP, but do you have an earned income tax credit? Are you familiar with family self-sufficient programs, sufficiency programs if you're living in Section 8 housing, for example? What is a Section 8 voucher? How does the housing subsidy work? All of those things we bring together so that at the end of the day, we're looking at somebody who initially you started off saying, well, they've got SSI, which is $1,030 a month. Well, we get that to where they maybe at the bottom line, we can figure they probably have an income of about $3,000 when we can put everything together, which enables them to access much more broader array of housing. And the benefits optimization part of that. So anybody who plays in benefits knows it's a game of whack-a-mole, right? You get one benefit, you use that, but you may forfeit another. So how do you make sure that they don't cancel each other out? And then we talk about transition and the person. Where do they want to live? Do they need to live near their family? Do they want to live as far away from their family as possible? You'd be surprised how often that's the case. And I'm one of 10. I got as far away from all of them as I could, the minute I could. How do you coordinate the move? So if you're having somebody coming out of a supervised IRA, they need a new representative payee. They need somebody to take up community habilitation and abandon residential habilitation. They need to have all of their benefits transferred. They need to be able to figure out how their SSI is going to change or how their SSDI is going to change now that they don't have a congregate care supplement, and it has to happen on the same day. So that requires quite a bit of skill in landing that and then sustaining it afterwards. So a housing navigator doesn't leave and say, well, great, you're in your property, see you. Because if you do that, you'll get a call in 3 months saying it's not working. And maybe 3 weeks or 3 days, you'll get a call. So you have to be on top of it and know, how can we make sure that this person is secure in their home and that it's working for them? We don't all live in the same place that we had our first home, right? People are going to move. You have to get used to the fact that people are going to move into one place, be happy there, and then maybe move to another place. Next slide, please. So you have in front of you, I believe, a copy of the housing grant report, which talked about the housing pilot. So report. So we had, beginning in 2020, actually beginning in 2019, we started to work on a housing pilot across the state, and we enrolled people who are looking to change their housing in all 5 OPWDD regions across the state, working with people we'd selected as master housing navigators. So these are people who qualified as master housing navigators and were also practitioners and who are doing housing navigation regularly, who understood their local area really well. And so I think we had, over 56 people who wanted to move, listed across the state. And we started working on it. And then there's this thing called the pandemic happened and made it a little more complicated. But by the end of 3 years, 5 years, we have managed to help place something like 40 people in homes of their own, where they were either renting by themselves, renting with other people. In, I think, one instance, somebody bought a home using US Department of Agriculture funding. USDA funds housing, if you didn't know that. And overall, about half, as Carol said, were from supervised IRAs. The other half are coming from living independently already or semi-independently or living with their family. In most cases, we found that the fiscal impact was quite substantial. For people moving from the supervised IRA world, the savings were roughly $60,000 per person per year. And over the course of a lifetime, say you've got 40 more years, Not in my case, but in the case of the people who are moving into housing, at least 40 years. That's what, 2.4 million per person. So that's something to, that has an impact. In terms of the impact on the people, pretty much unilaterally, people said this, they were much happier where they were. A couple of people said, you know what? I'm not sure. I may need to have a fallback. I may need to go back to my parents for a bit. I may need to come back into this. And that's how you work on the sustainability part of it, right? But I'd be grateful if you could read this, because it's frankly a really good argument for why we need more housing navigation and why we need more master housing navigators who can steer this, because a master housing navigator role operates at a sort of meta level in a region and can be in touch with everybody who's in all of the O agencies, all of them represented here, but also all of the local folks. Because housing, realtors say it's location, location. We say it's local, local. Let's go to the next slide. I think you are.
And one of the things that was so important is for us to keep really involved with the master housing navigators. So we would bring them together every week, sharing resources, what's happening on, the HUD side, what's happening on the state side, what are the grant opportunities, what are some of the obstacles with a housing ADM. In addition, John and I met with each of the master housing navigators every other week. So we understood on the global level what's going on, both the challenges and the opportunities in New York, but then also what's happening within the region. So the master housing navigators, we're housing navigators, and we offer the opportunity at that time for whoever was certified as a housing navigator, if they wanted to apply to be a consultant and to become a master housing navigator. And we were very fortunate, 5 years, and we only had a change in one area at the end of the third year. It just didn't work for the future commitment of the person. So we brought on another person within New York City, which was really great because the person who is just outstanding to begin with, but also is bilingual. So we're able to really continue on with making sure we're accessible with our language. And then another change at the year 4 to go into 5, it's because Seth Freeman in the Rochester area is helping us to support on another grant. So we really pretty much stay together as a group, which is fantastic. So one of the things that besides working on the pilot, the other part that the master housing navigators do is bringing in those who can make housing happen within the region. And you heard the developer, Dave Gallo, talking about a regional housing collaborative. And it's like, what is that? So what we did was, again, looking at regional, and we use the 5 OPWDD areas. So every quarter, we would bring together those who can make housing happen. Government, so it could be, certainly OPWDD, New York State Homes and Community Renewal, USDA, HUD. It could be the city government. We've had housing planners from Syracuse join us. Certainly providers along the way, developers, housing consultants, but all gathering in that region to talk about, again, opportunities within the region and also challenges. And certainly that's how the Long Island story happened. Those meetings were at the Long Island Builders Association. So you look at the room and they have 50 people in there, and I would say at least 10 are developers. And at the end, when we left, you would see providers talking to developers, and it just made that natural connection. So Long Island was a little bit different. We saw that same level of connection throughout other regions. Region 2, and I say regions, let me tell you, Syracuse area, we had invited the city planner. And then after that meeting, we were able to spend more time talking about the ongoing needs of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities for affordable housing. Region 3, we had a developer there, and that's the capital region, but it goes way up. So in the Adirondack area, we have one agency who has 20 miles between their homes, and they are in such dire need of affordable housing. So the developer said, give me their number. I'll have a conversation with them. So it's almost like coming together for breakfast and everyone kind of sharing and wanting to continue to move this mission. So that's what the regional housing collaboratives are. Bringing people together on a pretty regular basis. And our ideal is to bring them together in person. You know, certainly what we did this year, COVID was so much different, but what we did this year is we brought people together. Then the next meeting, we would do a quick update. So they knew that we were working on the issues, then bringing them together. So we're missing that. We'll talk about sustainability at the end. Next slide. Oops. So there was a slide that talked about the Long Island video, which we saw. But I also wanted to let you know a little bit more about that. We are, and it's certainly I'm really kind of deferring to CDD staff on this, is we are creating a more formal launch of that. We feel like that video has a great deal of power. There's another video in the queue, totally different. It's from the Western region, Rochester area, and it's a gentleman and his mom's journey with housing. Because we want to make sure that we're spending time, money on these videos, and we want to make sure that it addresses all aspects. So we have the development part of it. The second video, which we're working on, just kind of doing the editing and getting that up in the queue, is a gentleman who is living, I believe, in a certified setting and really kind of wanted to move out on his own, but gosh, didn't keep his room clean, had some other issues. And mom was kind of skittish, but she took the bait. You know, she said, let's try this. And working with the Master Housing Navigator, they created a very distinct plan for this gentleman. And let me fast forward a couple of years, living on his own, has a job, does his own banking, and I believe has a driver's license. So mom really did take a risk. And what we asked the mom to do, and her first name is Nancy, and she was phenomenal, to be on our advisory group. So we could hear her challenges, her battles, so we can present resources for other family members. So I just wanted to kind of mention those two things. Okay, so let me get to the next. Earlier on in the presentation, oh, absolutely.
And his own room is very tidy now. Wanted to mention that.
Yeah. And who really cares if the house is? You're gonna have to give me 20 minutes if you're coming over to my house. So this is our standalone website, and you know, certainly we'll talk about it. It's called the New York Housing Resource Center. It's a domain. We're going to keep that name because people are knowing that name. I get lots of emails through the system, questions about housing, and I'll continue to get those. But it really is a central place for all of our resources. We have developed over 300 different resources, and let me just talk about some of the resources. It's important for us to present information in as many modalities as possible. So we have written words, you know, you have those books, you have the QR codes in case somebody was a little bit more sophisticated and doesn't want that hard copy. We have webinars. We do a lot with webinars, and we record all this and we post it onto our landing or on our website. And as we learn more, we're even getting more sophisticated. You know, we're learning that, you know, plain language for everyone for a variety of reasons, making sure that things are able to be translated. We're working on another grant, and we're really aligning great with a company that does a lot of our translation services. And we're learning that nobody wants to sit for a 45-minute video. They want the information quicker, 10 to 15 minutes. You want to make sure you have one point, repeat it 3 times with a story, and be really succinct. So moving forward, we're doing some editing on our resources on our webinar, just to make sure we hit those marks, which is great. So we do a variety of education through this grant. And again, it ended in the end of December. One of the things that we have done every year since 2019 is we offer what we call statewide learning institute or community practice. I think over the last 3 years, we converted it to community practice because it made more sense. And it's a whole housing presentation over multiple months, because you just can't just have one day of housing, but you want to learn about, you know, person-centeredness and the vision of the person. You want to learn about their social capital, the types of housing available. Sometimes we don't even realize all the opportunities. So we do it, we stage it over several months. We record it, we have a landing page for all the audience, so they can go view it at any time. And the first, some of our community practices were with parents or individuals. We've also had it with housing navigators who've gone through the class, but may not be practicing. So they're starting to work with somebody and being mentored by the master housing navigator on creating that ideal plan. Most recently, which I'm thrilled that we did in 2023, we reached out to all the CCOs, the care coordination organizations, and said, do you think your care managers would be interested in participating in a community practice? We asked this question for this reason. Is the housing ADM through OPWDD really puts a lot of ownership on the care managers working on housing plans, benefits, and things like that. So our community of practice was with care managers, and we had usually about 100 at each of the sessions, and they're recorded so people were able to go back and listen. And some of the questions were just phenomenal. So all of our resources are available for all. We also have a sign up when Housing Connect. We send out newsletters on any updates. We hear from developers like, we're launching this, affordable housing. Why don't you send it out to your members? So we'll include that information into the community. And we'll continue to keep that. Oh, let me take this. Do you want to take this? So we're helping a lot of people move out into the community. And I'm going to really tip my hat to Shamika. Very instrumental in helping us to create this resource. It wasn't anything that really went to rights and responsibilities. I'm moving out. I don't know what my rights are. I don't know what my responsibilities are if I'm renting, if I'm owning. So we created, and I purposely did not give you a copy of this report because it's extremely interactive. Shamika and Seth Freeman were really the pivoting authors of this. And they ended up doing a lot of videos with people who have moved out from their perspective, lessons learned, pearls of wisdom. So if you do get a chance, you do have a QR code, kind of bring that up. It's more interactive and it just didn't look really that great in a written document. But thank you, Shamika. And I'm going to pass it over to John.
Thanks, Carol. And that's a Beth Mount tapestry that is royalty free, which is a wonderful part of the cover of it. So as a parent, when I first started looking at the housing journey for my own son, it was extremely intimidating. And I think, as Kristen said, you had a choice. You can go into a group home, or actually somebody in the video, sorry. So I think it was Joy said, you can go into a group home or nothing. And so working through that, thinking, well, what does everybody, does everybody else have to go through what I had to go through, which was a 5-year journey. And realized there were no resources out there to help families or people with developmental disabilities to figure out what they needed to do to get from where they were to where they wanted to be. And so using the same format as we have in the housing navigation class, starting with person-centeredness, including housing options, including benefit optimization, and leading families through those 3 initial steps. And then what are the kind of things you have to look out for housing, and how can you finance it? What are the various options that you have, including obviously Section 8 and OPWDD's housing subsidy, but also other opportunities such as low-cost loans, individual development accounts, ABLE accounts, first-person trust, third-person trust, pooled trust, all of that whole panoply of various financial support options. Now it's all online as well. You can see it online. I believe you have a hard copy, but it's a resource guide. I have to say, Susan, I started doing this at 2012 when I was still at WHD, and it's been an iteration of that since. And the last revision we did was last year. So we try to keep this up to date. It's easier to keep it up to date when it's online, so we'll probably be doing more of that. Every year SSI changes every year, so we make sure that it's up to date, that sort of thing. But it's designed for individuals and their families, but we've used it a lot with direct support professionals and other people who are interested in housing from the care coordination organizations, for example. Next slide. Right, so how do we sustain all of the things that we've done with master housing navigation and regional housing collaboratives? Some of them are self-sustaining to some degree, but others need support. So the Long Island Builders Association, Carol mentioned, is an example where even if we walk out of the room, they're still talking, which is, your work on this planet's done when you can do that. But others are going to need more active funding, and maybe you can talk about that, the prospects for that. We still have the same master housing navigators. Right now, they're working pro bono with us, which is very generous of them. They're not going to do that indefinitely. So I'll leave it up to you.
We just had seen such a positive impact with the role of the master housing navigators, and again, bringing in through the regional housing collaboratives. So we've been working over the last several months to see about sustainability funding, and we'll certainly keep you very informed of that. We've certainly looked at maybe legislative grant, foundations, asking even consideration with OPWDD for a kind of a leg, like we would be an arm to their housing department. And we're hopeful. We've just seen such a great positive impact on that. And I think maybe the last slide. We definitely wanted the opportunity for some Q&A if you had any questions. Like I said, this grant concluded the end of 2023, and we do keep meeting on a bi-weekly basis with master housing navigators because we don't want to lose that knowledge base. And we've said this completely optional, and every week everybody comes to the table and they're continuing to share resources.
They've developed their own brains trust across that. So one of them has become probably the state's leading expert in environmental modifications, EMODs. And so the other guys go to that person to say, okay, I've got this situation. Can you help me navigate it? Because my DDRO doesn't have a clue. And so they can work through that. Another one is a fiscal intermediary. So FI, being an FI is kind of complex. But when we have an FI question, that's the person we go to. Another one is an expert on self-direction and is the go-to person for that. So they've developed this brains trust, and I can't see any downside to continue sustaining that and to grow it. So
We have a couple of comments online. Gina?
One of the comments was about the video that said, excuse me, that was wonderful, got me choked up. Thank you for your work on this. Another comment is, it would be wonderful to hear stories of people with and without disabilities living in the same housing community. We also had a question. Does the collaborative have resources for home modifications like ramps?
So to take the last one first, thank you for the compliments. In terms of the anecdotes or stories from people who live in the same housing alongside folks with disabilities, we've not done that. We certainly experience it whenever we go to the buildings and we see what's going on in there. But I think that's something for us to think about, Jackie, when we do another one. Yeah. In terms of environmental modifications, we do not, in the regional housing collaboratives, we generally don't talk a lot about environmental modifications because at least the way they're set up now, those are centered around the individual. So the person who they need a ramp, or they need an adaptable or accessible bathroom, they have to generate the interest from that through their care manager and their circle support and go and get that environmental modification approved by their local regional office, or if the regional office doesn't approve it, it has to go up the order. Yeah, but we do have good resources on the website that talk about environmental modifications and how to go about obtaining.
Naomi has a question.
And that's, this is between a comment, and a concern, okay? Combination. When I bought my house, what I use was central office, okay? That's not the best way, but that's how I got my house, my own townhouse. But one of my couple of things, I've had two CCOs, right? And many case managers, but no one deals with this. It is ridiculous. I ask, there's no place in the life plan. I've been to all of those. And I even work for reviewing people's life plans. And it doesn't come up in a conversation. It doesn't come up when you ask for life plan meeting. They say, it's not part of the life plan. I can't bring it up. So right there, I don't know, that's bad in my opinion, because it doesn't fall in the sync of the life plan document. So I can't bring it up. I can't talk to the case manager or that person because they're not trained. So and I'm not just talking to me, but I'm telling you because I've worked in the field, worked with 2 or 3 CCOs, and this is reality. And so I wanted to bring people's attention to what's really happening out there. You can't bring things up. They say, time's up if a life plan meeting. Or we don't know about it, so it doesn't get addressed. And then you have care managers and care manager supervisors. If they don't know, it can't go, it don't move forward. Does that make what I'm saying sense? I don't know how to.
No, I understand. I would have to agree with you.
You what?
I agree with you.
And it's ridiculous because all my friends in self-direction, they bring it up at a life, it can't be addressed at a life plan meeting because it's not on the life plan. It's not part of the life plan document. So that's why the case manager says, I don't need to learn about it and I can't address it. So then where does it get addressed?
I say the place to apply a little pressure is if the case manager is the one who's responsible for the housing subsidy compliance, which may be the case, or if you have an FI, they would be possibly also the one who's responsible.
But they're not trained, and that's the other problem.
Exactly, and most of the care coordination organizations have had people trained as housing navigators. So let's say that your CCO is care design. I think they have 14 housing navigators in their total staff. That's not a lot. I mean, they have hundreds of people. But I would advise folks who are looking to get started on the housing journey, and if they encounter what you encountered with the CCO, to say, well, either change a CCO or, which is not as easy as it sounds, or to say to them, please check with your central office as to who in your crew is a trained housing navigator, because I want to talk to them. I don't want to talk to you.
And as we understand too, some of the CCOs also have a housing committee. So I would elevate it, to the care manager supervisor. And also, ask who are the housing navigators who are employed by that CCO. And if they don't know, they can certainly reach out to me and I'd be more than happy to provide them a list. And I've done that before several times. I'd be more than happy to do that.
I just wanted to help people what reality is really going on out there.
Vincent?
First, I just want to say thank you for presenting this, and Shamika and everyone who was involved, because this is sorely needed. Short answer is I'm also a member of the Ulster County Planning Board. I chair it right now. And we have a serious housing crisis, probably one of the worst in the state, to a point where in some cases people are sleeping outside of DSS early in the mornings because there's no place to go. That's reality. That's what's going on right now as we speak. And the legislature, the county local legislature last year put $15 million out of their unassigned fund balance into a housing fund. The goal with that housing fund is for affordable housing, number one, But they're also gonna look at the very piece that you're referring to before is there is a serious shortage of housing for those with disabilities and a serious shortage of housing for those who are veterans across the state. It's scary. That's how bad it is down there. And it's like I said, I've driven by the Department of Social Services early in the morning and see people sleeping outside. No, nobody should have to go through that. Nobody. So what we did was we put together the $15 million into the fund, and we're gonna keep adding more. What we're doing is taking some of our hotel motel tax monies and saying, okay, part of that, we're gonna keep putting it into the fund and keep putting together housing projects for affordable housing, for in general, for those who have disabilities and also veterans, and also partner with other agencies in the region that will be able to provide this service. So I just want to say thank you. I think this is sorely needed.
No, I would say, anybody seen Hamilton? And you have the song where you got to be in the room where it happens. So that's the Regional Housing Collaborative. You've got to be in the room where it happens. And I would say, first of all, come to the Region 3 Housing Collaborative when we next do one. But I would also love to connect you with Sarah Lansdale, who was in the video. Sarah's head of planning for Suffolk County and was able to get the legislation not only to have funding attached to sewer and water, but also to get separate legislation that set aside funds from the county. There isn't $1 of OPWD money in that project, but from the county to help this to happen.
Yeah, this money that we put together is totally 100% county money. There's no federal money, there's no state money involved. This is total county money. So
I'd love to make the connection for you.
yeah, offline I can give you my contact information and reach out. Thank you.
Other comments? Ben, please.
Hi, John Carroll. I'm a parent member. I also participate in your 12-week classes. It's fabulous, but it's also very, very overwhelming. And so, I always thinking like, even in the English, I can understand English. The project for me, I'm a very hardworking parent. I'm already overwhelming. So what happened to other community member, which is less English, fluent. So my question is, if you just translate this one into another language, which is not enough, because the housing is a big issue on every family's road, like how we adjust it to another life way of life there. So I think the ultimate question, my question is whether you have a plan to develop a bilingual navigate, at least bilingual language. People can understand some people the language. We can discuss in their personal choice, family choice, whatever there, right? So, I would like to see we can working together as a community member, or you have a plan, or will include us. But for some of the community, this is very important. We need somebody speak their language, know their problem, then we can have the best solution for them. So again, thank you both, for that project. Hopefully we can continue to expand more. Thank you.
You're absolutely right. We need to have webinars and any type of resources in multiple language. We absolutely understand that. And what we've been doing is, within particular communities, we were able to have a translator onto the webinar. So being in the primary language is essential. And as we move forward on, another grant that we're working on through the CDD, that is definitely right in, center of our lens. Plain language and also accessibility.
One other thing. We also have plans for a housing navigation class for folks who represent underrepresented communities and different linguistic groups. Hopefully we'll get that done this year. There's a considerable amount of design that needs to go into making that work. But we're also finding that, siblings are a huge help with that. And we go back and forth between languages, but there's also, the cultural issues that are involved as well. This template that we've got for how you do housing is bizarre to some cultures, and to me. So I think that the point's well made, but I think that we're also trying to make progress on that as well.
Mary Ellen, Jackie has a response. Oh, so I'm going to ask you to wait until after Jackie responds to this question. Okay, thank you very much.
I will be super fast, but just as a point of information too, at the last council meeting, we did vote to approve a bilingual master housing navigator coordinator program. So there will be that rolled out. And I think you make a really good point, Ben, that there needs to be people who speak the language, that are familiar with the culture, and that goes a lot further in than just like a translated document, and that's so important and vital to have people who are trained as housing navigators, bilingual housing navigators in the community. So we passed that out of the last council meeting and are hoping to roll that out in the fall.
Mariella. Thank you.
I'm also a parent member and I've participated in many of your webinars and they are fantastic, but I'm right at this moment where I'm having to make that plan for my own son. And what I find is that while the webinars have been informative, the real detailed work requires, like the benefit maximization, it requires real skill and knowledge that's often not covered by anything. So while I appreciate that I can do that, I wonder if you see a path for that detailed discussion of, that we've had where somebody sits down and says, okay, this is going to be your SSI. This is when you retire. This is what your son is going to get. How can we make that available to other people that don't have the funds to engage in benefits,
Right.
a specialist or a lawyer having to, there's all these costs that are allowing me to create a plan, but who can afford that?
So I'll start. Yeah. So from the benefits piece, first of all, there are a couple of resources. One of them is the independent living centers around the state, some of whom have benefit consultants embedded in. There's Department of Labor, New York State Department of Labor. I believe at the end of last year, started to set up, their goal is to have 62, so 62 count, centers where people can go to and get benefit optimization advice from a qualified advisor who's been through a course as opposed to somebody who kind of read something once and who not up to date. And we can give you those locations. They are available on the New York Housing Resource Center website because we've been working with them to make this happen, because in my experience, it's exactly the same as what you're talking. And typically, we had a revealing discussion when we were starting with the community of practice with the CCOs. One of the folks on the line said, can you explain the difference for me between SSI and SSDI? And I thought that's a very courageous question to ask, because this is something you absolutely have to know. But they didn't, and they had the courage to ask, and you were able to help them. But there's a deficit. And then when you look at the long term, and what happens down the road, I believe that the only ultimate recourse is to create care managers who have lower caseloads, who've been well trained, who are paid more. And frankly, I think you shrink that labor force, make it a higher quality, you get a better result. Because showing up every 6 months for an ISP or leader for the life plan meeting is an empty practice, and you really need to have something that's got more substance.
The only other thing I would suggest, and we can certainly give you the resources on the county level, because they are available in the independent living centers. They have housing specialists. So, kind of point to your county ILC and also the benefit piece from Department of Labor. And sometimes ask the question for your CCO. Do you have a certified benefit advisor? Because sometimes they do. They have that internal structure. Either they have housing navigators or a benefit advisor. So I would push back and ask that question too.
Just to add to that, the benefit so Cornell have a really strong benefit advisement optimization course. It's quite rigorous. I think it's 12 weeks, 2 hours a week. People who go through that really know their stuff at the end of it. And if you go to the ILC and say, well, what kind of training did the person have? It's most say, well, they trained 10 years ago with somebody, and go to the next one. You should
Deb
learn
T.
somebody's financial future with major consequences if people make errors.
My apologies, John. Deb T is on the line.
Hi, John and Carol. This is Deb from Elijah on Long Island. And I just want to say thank you because watching from afar, seeing all the work that you've been doing and inspiring developers and families to find creative solutions has been, just amazing and inspiring. The video, like many of us have watched, is heart-wrenching, and especially as a parent, you only hope that your children will be able to have access to such a wonderful opportunity. So I wanted to thank you both for that. And the resources are invaluable. And unfortunately, I don't think they're as widely recognized as they should be. So, just to call out to all of us, we should try and share these resources because just like Vincent said, so many of us are struggling trying to figure out what to do with our children as we age, and to invest all this time and energy, their time and energy and funds from the CDD Council. It's really in our best interest to try and share this information and disseminate it as best as possible. So thank you, everybody. Really great presentation.
Other comments? Katrina?
I have a question. I have some direction and I wanted to know how do I go about advocating for this process with my care manager?
I think depending on your care manager, the first question I would ask them is, do you know if you have housing navigators working within the care management organization? And I know for pretty much all of them have at least 1 or 2 people. As I said, Care Design have 14. I think ACA have about half a dozen. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what all the others have. So ask your care manager, do you have a housing navigator? Do you have a benefit advisor on the team? I need to talk to them, right? And if they say, well, I don't know, then trust them because that's, I'm sure you're pretty good at that. But that's what you need to get started, I think. There's no incentive for them to do the work that it takes to get somebody from where they are to where they want to be. There's zero incentive, so you've got to find something for whom there is an incentive.
Thank you.
I'm going to offer one more suggestion. Look around. Kind of think about like where you want to live, what kind of place you want to live in. Do you want to live in an apartment? Do you want to live in a home? But while you're making your way around your community, or if you want to leave your community, kind of start thinking about that, because that's also really the beginning of the journey. What your vision is for housing. And then, like John said, connect with the resources. Good question. Thank you.
Other comments? John and Carol, we're greatly encouraged by your work and we look forward to seeing it continue. Thank you for presenting to us today. Jen, back to you.
It has come to our time in the agenda to go over some leadership reports and to hear from our leaders. And so I will announce for the caucus report, Shamika Andrews.
Okay, so the caucus met last night. We had a great presentation from the Department of Civil Service regarding the 55B and C programs, followed by a very thoughtful discussion regarding how the council can move forward with, getting the word out and help what projects might be due around 55B. It was, a great conversation that we decided that the next meeting, which would be in June, would focus on more information and more discussion on not only 55B and C, but also 55A, when talking about what other projects the council can do. And as far as our next meeting, I think Dave mentioned this, they didn't mention it last night at the meeting, that Xavier has offered to chair June's caucus meeting. So thank you, Xavier. And I will be chairing this meeting in June. So I look forward to that. So thank you.
Thank you, Shamika. Dave,
Thank you.
I think you're up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So it's a pleasure to work with our director and staff toward more caucus council members getting involved in chairing committees and leading meetings. And today is a reminder that we have capable leaders among us who are growing in their leadership like we all do. But we look forward, we've heard Jen today. Thank you, Jen. And we look forward to Shamika's leading the meeting in June. And today Katrina has agreed to chair the meeting in October. So thank you very much. And I encourage all of you as you have opportunities to join in the working groups. I've learned so much through these experiences, very satisfying, great way to get to know people. If you're considering getting involved in a working group, I would encourage you to speak with one of the staff and find out what positions are available, because it's a great opportunity. Finally, once again, I was invited to join the planning team for the NACDD ITACC Online Institute in May and the NACD National Conference in DC in July. We've already met once and gotten to know one another, and planning is in process. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dave. Does anyone have any questions for Shamika or Dave? Any comments? If not, we will turn it over to Kristen for the executive director report.
Great. Thanks very much, Jen. So I want to start with a very quick update on the federal budget situation. I think all of you are aware that our primary and really sole funding source for the council work, for our staff, for all the grant making that we do, and all the follow-up on the grants, comes from our federal funder, the U.S. Department of Health's Administration for Community Living, or ACL. So having a long history of state government budget work, and knowing how critical our federal funding stream is, I'm paying very close attention to the federal situation with regard to the federal budget, and the dynamics in Congress, which are plentiful. It's certainly a dynamic situation that we find the federal government in right now for a whole host of reasons, and likely to be more so as we inch closer to November. So the federal fiscal year starts October 1st. The federal government has been, for lack of a better term, limping along since October 1st without a complete budget in place. They use what they call continuing resolutions. Here in New York State, we would call those emergency appropriations, but at the federal level, they call them continuing resolutions, or CRs, you might hear in the news. So there have been several rounds of continuing resolutions passed, not without great difficulty, since October. Currently, there are a couple of continuing resolution sort of cycles that are in place. They were passed on January 18th. They fund the government through into early March, depending on which appropriation bill you're talking about. It's either March 1st or March 8th. The particular funding bill that our council and all of the councils across the United States are funded through. We are funded until March 8th. That being the case, there are negotiations underway right now to try to effectuate an agreement that was announced by the two congressional leaders back in early January. It was actually the Sunday night. It was very odd timing, just before our standing committees met. And I think it kind of took a lot of people off guard. All of a sudden on a Sunday evening, the House Speaker and the Senate Majority Leader, our good friend Senator Schumer, announced an agreement. That agreement is not even close to being effectuated. They don't even have appropriation dollar target numbers for the various bills. That same night, within maybe 20 minutes, one of the very conservative caucus groups in Congress came out not knowing any of the details of the agreement and said they absolutely would never support it. So I don't want to say that that agreement is dead in the water, but certainly there's been very little signs of movement toward effectuating that agreement or passing anything related to that agreement in either house since it was announced. It's now been almost 6 weeks ago. So I will continue to follow it closely. Obviously, our National Association, NACDD, follows this very closely, and they continue to advocate to continue funding for all the councils. We have not had a funding increase, not just we New York Council, but any of our fellow councils across the country have not had a funding increase from the Administration for Community Living within the Department of Health and Human Services for many, many years. I hate to be the bearer of negativity, but it's unlikely in my experience dealing with federal budgets over many years that we're going to see any kind of an increase in our budget for this year. I think if we're lucky, there'll be another series of continuing resolutions until we get through the election cycle. And I don't mean to be political in any way, but it's just the reality is that there's an election. We all know that in election years that tends to sort of breed disagreement and kind of status quo oftentimes if the two houses can't agree. So I think it's certainly one possible scenario that we'll just see some more continuing resolutions until we get into the new federal fiscal year on October 1. So I will certainly keep you updated. I follow this very closely. I'll be obviously following it very closely in the next couple of weeks as we inch toward early March when these current continuing resolutions will expire to see what comes next. And I'll provide an update at the next cycle of committee meetings in April and then at our next full council meeting, which is June 13th. So that's the federal budget scene right now. A little bit of good news. We, along with several of our state agency partners and some other collaborations, including one of the schools at SUNY Albany, got together and we took the lead at the council on filing an application to our National Association to become a community of practice on aging. This is the third phase of states that are selected. I think there'll be a total of 15 through 5 phases. 5 states were selected in phase 1, 2 in phase 2. We applied in phase 3 and we are a recipient for phase 3. It's a very small grant award to support the staff work for this community of practice on aging. But I think it's really exciting. It's going to focus on improving aging services, specifically for individuals with IDD, which, as we know, in New York, is our entire population is aging. Certainly our population of individuals with developmental disabilities is aging right along with everyone else. And this will be critically important. And I think that this will sort of serve us nicely to also get more into the conversation in a broader way with the New York State Department of Health and with our sister agency at the New York State Office for the Aging with regard to the master plan for aging as well. So this is we just got notified within the last week or so of the selection for the participation in this community of practice. So you'll be hearing lots more from us on this in future meetings. Quickly, March, as you all know, and I talked about at caucus last night, is Developmental Disability Awareness Month. This year's theme from our national association is a world of opportunities. There will be a governor's proclamation that will come out to commemorate the month. Last week, was it, Gina? We put out a call to all our artist friends to start submitting for our what will be a virtual art gallery, a slideshow presentation throughout the month of March. So if you know anyone who is artistically inclined, we would encourage submission of artwork for our art gallery. We also, as I mentioned to the caucus members last night, we are putting together a short video to release in March, and a number of our staff, including Kay and Gina and Drew, are the points of contact on that. But we really want to highlight self-advocates. They could be our own self-advocate members of the council. And Xavier was kicked it off earlier this week, and he recorded his short video. And I know we have a couple of other self-advocate council members who I enticed last night to join us. Mariella, you mentioned that you have some individuals with whom you work. So I told Kay and Gina and Drew, and they'll reach out to you so that we can make sure that we loop in them as well. But if you know of anyone who, Peter, your own child or others, Sean, we're looking for lots of videos to highlight different ways that people view the opportunities that they've had and what they've done with them. We are going to pull out a short clip from a video that is under development. And it's the Paul and Hava story. And they're a couple in Long Island who are celebrating their 10-year wedding anniversary very soon, I think. And they talk about the opportunity to have gone down the path of being a married couple and living together. So I think it's going to be a really special video. Kay's already started to put a few things together. And it's really already very moving and powerful and also inspirational. And that's what we want it to be, right? We want it to be inspirational about just how broad the opportunities are and should be, and how the council supports those opportunities. So that's my pitch to everyone to participate in the video or to recruit people to participate in the video. Other upcoming videos, we've got work going on a housing focused on the Rochester area that Carol and John mentioned. I mentioned Paul and Hava, which is the really beautiful married couple down in Long Island. And then I think the value, there are a lot of ways these videos are valuable, but one of them is to educate individuals who can be critical in supporting the council's work, funding for the council, to show just how much can be accomplished with not a lot of money when we're able to do these pilot projects and put some grants out in the community. I know NACDD in particular is interested in the Paul and Hava video that we're going to work on and try to expedite the timeline to get it pulled together and edited. There's a piece of legislation introduced in Congress that would eliminate what they refer to as the marriage penalty, which is the reduction in benefits when two individuals receiving SSI benefits get legally married. It's a pretty significant reduction for two individuals who are both receiving SSI benefits. It can be as much as a 25% reduction in the benefits, which is huge. So there is at least one New York Congress member, Mark Molinaro from the Hudson Valley, who has taken a strong interest in issues related to individuals with developmental and other disabilities. Congressman Molinaro is signed on to the bill. I'm going to take a look and see who else is signed on, but certainly things like our Paul and Hava video, I think will help strengthen the case and show how important it is that individuals with DD have the same opportunities that the rest of us would want to have to be legally united with our partners.
Kristen, I can find out for you and get back to you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I know Congressman Molinaro is
I
definitely
work
signed
with him
on.
a lot.
Yeah, he's definitely signed on to it.
Yeah.
He is a co-sponsor.
I'll find out and get back to you.
Thanks. And then I did want to point out and thank a couple of our staff members for their good design work. and graphic work. We have a couple of new banners that we put up front this morning that we wanted to show you. We'll be using those at a number of events that we attend throughout the year. We unveiled them at the Martin Luther King event in the Empire State Plaza here in Albany in January. We had a table there and we tried to promote the council's work and put the word out about the council, who we are, who you are, and what we all do together. And so Kay and our graduate intern Sarah and several others contributed to the design of the banners. We've got some handouts that we leave when we're tabling at various events. We're trying to use easily recognizable graphics and consistent graphics among all our materials. You'll start to see this design at various spots on our website too. We really want to, now that we have our new name, and we've got our name changed everywhere, including very recently, we finally convinced Facebook to change our name, since we're doing a lot more with social media. So we finally got that done. That took the efforts of a lot of our staff trying to get that done. But we want to be using a standard appearance of our graphics to present who we are and a consistent message about what we do. So those banners really, I think, exemplify that and try to do it in a way that we're using plain language and easily recognizable and understandable images. So that's what those banners are about. And with that, I will hand it back to you, Jen. And I'm happy to take questions or hear your comments anytime.
Thank you, Kristen. Does anyone have questions or comments for Kristen?
I just have a comment regarding the continuing resolution. It's my they're on like a short recess right now. It's my understanding when they come back from that, based upon what I was told, of course, anything's liable to change down there all the time, but from what I was told, they're gonna introduce another continuing resolution. Unfortunately, they're kicking the can down the road, is what they're doing.
Oh, all of these financial things that we have to think about. And that is the segue into our next speaker, Jesse Kendall, who is going to talk about our fiscal report. And thank you, Jesse.
Thank you, Jen.
I'm sorry, Jesse, could I just interrupt for just a minute? Because there was a question in the chat
Yep.
about
Oh,
I'm sorry, who to contact if you want to take a video, and I just wanted to pop in here. So you can send it to, I think you all have my email, regina.dalpiaz-bullman@cdd.ny.gov. It's very long. Or Kay, if you email with Kay, or Drew, if that's easier. But any of the three of us, if you're interested in a video, just give us a quick email or call the office and we can explain, the details that Kristen just discussed. So thank you. And I'm sorry for the interruption, Jesse.
No worries, Gina. Thank you, Gina and Jen. And Jen, I will try to be light in piling on to the financial things for you folks to think about. But I will try to be quick and we'll just go over the financial report. This should be pretty similar to what you folks saw in the executive meetings as well as the past October report. The first thing that I do want to point out is because we did have one funding motion tabled earlier today, that does drastically impact the funding motion totals that you see below the CD financial report at the top, as well as in the top right corner, the funding motions remaining balance. So we'll circle back to that in a moment, but I do want to just go through the current awards that are represented in the bars below. So our oldest grant award that is still active, the FFY 2022 on the far left, that still currently has a balance over 550,000, but we are right in the middle of a cycle of quarterly reports that we're reviewing. So I'm confident that that balance should be spent by the end of this cycle. So by the time that we are into our June meeting, that FFY 2022 grant award should be completely spent. And I'm also confident that the FFY 2023 award, which is in the middle, I have a good, strong, optimistic feeling that that balance should be spent so that I'm hoping that we shouldn't have to be looking towards any kind of extensions, which will lead into, you know, some of the additional topics regarding changes in spending overall. And the current FFY federal fiscal year 2024 award that we're in, I want to make note that the funding motions that we voted on today, as well as previous meetings, you'll see that there was a little bit of impact in that, but those previous meetings really did obligate or earmark a lot of that funding, as you'll see represented in the purple. So circling back to the top right, where it shows that balance that would be hitting the future grant awards. I do want to remind you folks that, you know, when we had our full council meeting in October, there was a similar report where there was a balance amount that was going to hit the future grant awards. When you combine this balance along with the fact that these are multi-year projects, it makes sense that it's going to hit these future grant awards. But this is also in combination with the fact that there's been a steady trend of improved spending patterns by our current grantees over the past year as we are distancing ourselves from the COVID-19 pandemic. And the higher proportion of, as a result, the higher proportion of these awards that we're going to be looking at in the future will impact these future grant awards at a greater proportion. So the reason why I'm noting this is because it's our goal to keep the approval of these funding motions in a relative pace with the availability of these grant awards as we get them at an annual basis. So having these projects approved for the future grant awards is beneficial because it does help ease any or address any kind of underspending that we may see from time to time with our grants and the federal funds. But we don't want to have an excessive number of projects that are in the queue or scheduled too far in advance. So the reason why I make note of that is just because it is something that we are going to be continuously monitoring as these conditions do change, you know, moving along in a way again from the bigger impact that we had in the past from the COVID-19 pandemic. So with that, I will just open it up to any questions or comments.
So it's that yellow circle, the gold circle that we have to be mindful of. Correct? The ones that show the remaining balance for the funding motions.
Good question, Jen. So again, I just do want to point out that that number isn't accurate with the fact that our funding motions, not all of them were voted on today. But yes, it is something that I did want to make note of, and it's something that we are monitoring more closely, which is a good thing because of the fact that, you know, grantees are doing a better job and are having less issues with spending on the current grant awards. But ultimately, we just want to, you know, monitor to ensure that the funding motions are keeping in pace with the federal funds as they become available.
Sue?
Yeah, I know that I've asked this question before, and every time I see this, I get a little confused. But so like in 24, the 3.8 million that's obligated, that's what's just obligated for this current year, right? Because we often approve grants that are for 3 or 4 years, but this is just the portion of those grants that are for this year, correct?
Great question, Sue. So I will try to I'll try to explain it. So when you say current year though, are you thinking in terms of like a calendar year or the fact that this is our current grant award year?
Grant award year.
So it could be a couple different things. Yes, it could be multiple grant awards that are active right now within this year, but you also want to keep in mind that that grant award, as far as the work period, is open for 2 years. So it could be grants that, you know, even funding motions. So you'll see in the yellow funding motions that are being approved right now, they could take place later this year. They could still be available to be paid against next year as well. But yes, that purple represents grant awards that have not been paid out yet, are currently active or are due to be executed in the immediate future.
It's only the one grant year of that multi-year grant that's represented there.
So this is, yeah, that is one grant award, correct?
What, Jesse, when you say one grant award, if we had a 5-year grant, right?
Oh.
And it's in year 2, you don't have years 3, 4, and 5 in the purple box.
No, not necessarily, but to circle back to that one point of the fact that that one grant award could cover a 2-year span, you could technically pay 2 years of that one grant project out of that grant award. So,
Depending on timing, how they fall.
exactly. Good question.
Other comments for Jesse? Okay, if not, back to you, Jen.
Before we adjourn for the day, does anyone have any announcements or comments?
Colleen?
Not to stand between everybody and leaving, which I know you were very excited to do. But I just wanted to remind everybody about the master plan on aging that Kristen mentioned. It's really important that people make their voices heard. You can find more information about that at the New York State Office for the Aging website or at the New York State Department of Health website. We are both shepherding that process. And there are public hearings and those are really important to go to. There was one in the Bronx recently. I'm not sure where the next one is, but that information's on the website. That's the first thing. The second thing is as you mentioned, March is Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Every month I do a article within our newsletter, and that will be the focus for this month. So I'll make sure it goes to the council and hopefully they can distribute it to everybody for me. And then the third thing is Office for the Aging co-sponsors a conference every June called Aging Concerns Unite Us. It's an amazing conference. It's here at the Desmond. There's more information about that on Aging New York's website, which is www.aging.ny. Oh, no, it's not .gov. I don't know. It's Aging New York. If you Google it, it'll come up. So, but Aging Concerns Unite Us, which is the conference and has really some amazing presentations of all kinds that people might find interesting. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Okay. If not, I'll take this opportunity, Jen, to thank you for doing an exceptional job today of leading. And let you finish.
Thank you. I had fun. And do we have anything else? Oh, yes, the feedback survey. For those attending remotely, you will see a feedback survey link in the chat box. Please fill out before you leave the meeting. For those of you attending in person, we'll see the feedback survey form in your folder. Please fill out your survey and other forms noted today and return to staff at the registration table on the way out. Our next meeting will be June 12th, 2024 for the caucus, and June 13th, the next day for the full council. It will be at the Desmond Hotel and also on Zoom. If there is no other discussion, I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Vincent on the motion.
And will someone second?
Yes, we have Katrina.
Well, thank you, everyone. We got a lot done today and it was a busy meeting. And also, thank you for participating and being respectful of everyone. And I want to wish you the day after Valentine's Day, a time of love and world peace.
Thank you, Jen.
Well said.
I wish I could be with you all in person, but my doctor doesn't like me still getting out sometimes due to COVID concerns, and I had laryngitis over the holidays. And so, hopefully, eventually I'll be able to be with you all in person again.
Thank you, Jen.
So too.